My name is Glitchymon, and 100%. It's really great to be here. I'm excited to do a full run, and I hope you guys enjoy the stream. Alright, so we are going to do a... should be a new file. I'm just going to make double... I'm going to make double triple sure that we got like a fresh save file, fresh everything, just so we can start from the beginning. So I'm going to be doing commentary today, solo commentary. So we're gonna do a countdown now. We're gonna do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, and we should be off.
Yep, we're good.
So the first obvious difference you're gonna see right now is you're going to see that I am playing on the Japanese version of the game, and you would think, well, why Glitchymon? Aren't you Japanese? Shouldn't you be playing the English version? Well, the reason I'm playing the Japanese version is because the text saves around 15 minutes over English, so that's way shorter cutscenes, way shorter of a run, and that's kind of how it goes. So the first thing we're gonna do, well, I gotta explain while we're at this cutscene, because this is a 3-minute long cutscene, and there is a lot we can talk about. So we also choose a 1-character file name. So, and it turns out choosing a 1-character file name over an 8-character file name saves about 20 seconds over the whole run as well. And it'll be immediately apparent the benefit of the Japanese version once we start mashing text. Because you notice that I can just mash through this text really, really easy. It's not even a problem for the most part. And the thing I mainly do here is what I do is I mash A, B, and C up. And C up actually advances text like you do the A button, and B advances fast text. So if you're talking to Owl, for example, that's what that'll do. Not really much to say in this area for the most part.
Hello.
Just a little bit of a cutscene. Let's hope Navi can avoid the wall. No, she failed. She failed. So if there's any other details, can I share other details? I guess if anybody who doesn't really know who I am, I've been running Ocarina of Time since roughly 2014. I have held the 100% record now for 2 years. Since late December 2019. I've been grinding 100% since 2015, kind of like on and off. But I've been able to hold it, and I've been able to trade records with a few other categories. Right now, this is something called No SRM 100%. And No SRM basically bans a really complex glitch called SRM, which really breaks the game, causes a bunch of warping, item pulling out of midair. You know, hold random items out of thin air, you know? So this is without that, so this is a much more understandable run. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to ignore Saria and just backflip off the house. Do a little bit of movement to get a few rupees. And if you're noticing, I'm not really holding forward most of the time. I'm actually backwalking. And backwalking is... And backwalking is faster than rolling, as long as the rolling is short distance. And side-hopping is also pretty fast. But side-hopping is more situational, so if you're doing like box-type movement, where you're going like keyboard area movement, so like you're pressing keys on the keyboard, that's box movement. So box movement in certain areas is useful here to avoid the boulder that chases after me here. You can see it before we go across the wall here. There's another blue rupee in the corner. Gotta equip the sword. I said I gotta equip the sword. And we're going to do a little bit more box movement, but this time we're doing backflips and sops to get some extra rupees. And little did you know you can stab the sign for next to blue rupee. And there's a blue rupee up there we can get quickly by clipping through this bridge, which shouldn't be a problem. Just gotta try that again. Okay, that is a frame perfect trick, and it's also position based. That can be hard, but we got the rupees. And you can get 5 rupees on these lily pads. And now we have 35 rupees. And what do we need 35 rupees for? Nothing, but with 40 rupees we can get the shield. And now we... You know what? The Deku Tree has been really mean to us, making us work hard, so we're just gonna ignore him. We're gonna leave a little bit early. Shouldn't be a problem. So we're doing a trick called the Water Extended Super Slide here, in order to get enough speed to clip through this guard. And we got first try, which is really good. And now we escape the forest. We don't need the slingshot, Kikuri Emerald to even see the Deku Tree, or even talk to Mido. We can just leave. But since this is 100%, we will need to go back there later. But right now, we have basically no items right now. And we just need the Ocarina right now. We just need to leave. So for the most part, for most text, I will mash B. Like, certain text in this game you can, like, skip and do fast text through, others you can't. So just a little bit more of a cutscene here. Gonna pan to Hyrule Field in a second. So something we can do here that is technically faster, well, we're gonna do it anyway, just to show up for the marathon, although this is a little bit risky, depending. Is we do something called an owl skip, which will allow us to skip talking to the owl and save us a little bit of time going to, you know, going to Kakariko. Notice how we're not immediately going to the Hyrule Castle, because, you know, the Hyrule Castle, the king is mean. He's gonna throw us out. He's a bad guy, you know what I mean? He's a bad dude. So we're just gonna go to Cac first. However, keep in mind this trick is kind of risky, but I'm doing this just for the sake of the marathon, because you have, if you do owl skip, you have about 4 seconds roughly to make it to the castle. Like, you have 4 seconds of movement mistakes, and then if you don't make that, then you're going to be wasting a lot of time. So what we have to do now, since we're in Cac, is we have to collect the cuckoos for the bottle. And the cuckoos in this game are very random. They're very RNG dependent. And I have to basically throw them in certain spots to get them into the pen as fast as possible. And this little guy up here can be really mean sometimes, but he gave me pretty good luck there. If he's like at the back of the stairs there, that's like the worst luck. So fly to here, throw him, go back, grab him. And if this is done right, we'll push them all the way to the pen and just chuck them in quick, if you're lucky. Sometimes they can scatter a bit like that, and it just loses a bit of time. It's not a big deal. So now what we're going to do is use this cuckoo to fly over this fence, throw him, grab him, Do a little bit of movement here to try and get the stairs kind of quickly. I have to aim a specific part here, so we run to a specific spot. And keep in mind, the cuckoos will always run in the opposite direction of where you are. So you have to be very careful with your movement. So if I did this right, this other guy should be over there. And I'm just going to have to wait a second here to grab this guy, because if you grab him too early, it'll skew the positions of this cuckoo like he did there. And if you're super unlucky, he'll just not go in the pen. But for the most part, this is decent. These are decent cuckoos, and now I can get the bottle. And also, if you press A there a little bit too early, you risk the chance of a soft lock, which can actually make you have to redo cuckoos, which could be potentially bad. So I want to avoid that. So we just did a trick called Navi Dive to get into the bottom of the well early, since, you know, we like dark, scary places. They're interesting. But the thing that we actually need in here is bomb shoes. Also a Deku Stick. And ISG. So there is a skull-type thing called a bubble flying around this area. And what we need him to do is we need him to be in a very specific spot above a hole in the ground so we can backflip into him and then dive down. And I have about 4 seconds of spare time to get into position here. So if you're lucky, we'll get this first try. Okay, we got it. So what this will do is it puts me into an unloaded version of the basement of the well, and there is invisible water here which I can basically float up to. And I clip through the ceiling here, and I just go in here. We have bomb shoes now. Just like that. Explosives. Which are very important. So what we do now is a clip through the wall using bomb shoes. Do a very quick swim out of bounds, and jump slash into the room where Dead Hand is. And the reason why that bomb shoe clip works is that when Link grabs a wall as child, there's one frame where he clips through the wall, and we take damage when we clip through that wall, or we take damage when we re-grab to get pushed through the wall. And that's going to be used in a second as well. And to get a fast fight for Dead Hand, which is the scary monster here, we need to time our jump slashes. We need to time our jump slashes about twice, and if we get it perfect, we get a quick kill. And now we have the Lens of Truth. This is, we don't actually need this right now, but we need it for later, so it's because it's 100%, you know we'll need it eventually. So what we're going to do now is something called Skeletal Clip. Just need to retry that. So what we need to do is we need to do the same trick with the bomb shoes as we do with the Skeletal. And I'm looking for a very specific frame here to drop down. And I need to re-grab at the right time and we'll fall through the wall. What this will mean now is we can swim up here and then do a jump slash clip into this cage. If we get it. This is alright, we just have to retry this. This is a rare occurrence. But we do need health. And we got lucky. So if this happens, just retry again. So one more frame. And we try again. So now we got it. So we're going to do a trick called a Skeletal Hover here, where we use ISG to hover off the Skeletal and then grab it using a hover like that. So, to better explain how the hover works, is that when you have ISG, which is the trick where you see Link's sword is glowing, you basically, the game thinks you're always on a ledge when you take damage. So, like, you know how, like, when you spam your sword against the ledge, you can't fall off? That effect is always active when you have ISG, or Infinite Sword Glitch. So when you backflip onto something and take damage, well, when your shield takes damage, the game thinks you're on the ground, but you're actually in the air. Okay, so we got backwalk that. So that's a trick called a hyperextended super slide, if we can get it. But if we don't get it, we just gotta backwalk here. So we actually do have 4 seconds to make castle. But we have to be kind of quick here and turn around as soon as possible. And the reason we need to turn around is because it just turns night as we turn around. And you would think, well, we can't exactly just get into the castle, right? Well, the castle chain still exists. If we untarget while getting on it, we teleport. We got on just fine. And we're just going in here for a Skulltula, get some extra rupees, not a big deal. So there's nothing really too much to say here. I guess to explain hovers better, since we're kind of going at a fast pace here, so it's hard to explain everything. When you're at a ledge, when you swing your sword, the game thinks it stops you from falling off. ISG in the air will give the same effect, which is why we can hover off of damage. And we're going to be using that later in the run as well. So what we have to do here is we have to say hello to the owl. Because we cannot skip this owl no matter what we do. We have to talk to him because there is a Skulltula right under him. And the reason I reloaded the castle area is to spawn Malon, because she won't normally spawn otherwise. So what we're gonna do here is something called we're gonna do something called Bottle B. And what this will do is this will give us a bottle on our B button, which will put a bottle on our 3rd bottle slot for when we get to Adult Link. And it also kind of takes up time as well, so it's not really a big deal that we have to do that there. And the way that trick works is that when you take damage off an object and then pull your sword with ball in hand, the game thinks the last input was your B button, so you can trick the game into swiping over your B button, and that's how I got ball on B there. There's other methods as well, but that's the most common method, is damage version. It's damage down there. So now we're going to do another trick here called Seam Walk, which is the point between where 2 textures merge, so we can just climb up. If we're lucky, we're going to be able to climb right up like that. It's a very precise position, and I had to line up there a bit, but it works fine usually. And if we got the Hess and Owl Skip, the Owl Skip specifically passes time of day, so we can have time of day turn day faster. But in my case, it doesn't really matter because we didn't Hess to the castle using the bomb shoe. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do something called a damage boost, which allows us to get up here without talking to Talon. And we're in. Well, moving the boxes anyway. So now what we need to do is we need to do something called guards. And I need to not get unlucky. The trick with the guards here is they cannot actually see you if you're doing frame perfect setups, so I'm going to play a little bit safer here because this is a marathon run. However, they can give you really bad luck if you're unlucky. But this is crazy luck. This is actually unique. Normally, those last two guards are very, very pesky, and they give you a risky power, but that was actually free. So now we're at Zelda. About, what? 19 minutes in? Which is not too bad. Yeah, 1936 Zelda. Which is not too bad. But there's not really much to say during this cutscene. I guess I gotta explain exactly how the guards work. So the guards always start at a set position, but they always are in different positions once we enter and start moving. And when you do a frame perfect setup, which is where you touch the ground for one frame and then jump immediately after, they cannot see you. So if you stay on the ground for one frame, they will not be able to catch you. And if you can nail all those setups in a row, then you can skip past a guard even if he sees you. Obviously that's pretty risky, and I only usually go for that if I absolutely have to. Like, if I'm on a speedrun, if I'm on a world record run, like, I gotta play risky, and if I get unlucky, I get caught, well, I gotta reset. We got lucky this time, so it's not too bad. So there's not really too much to say here. The Japanese text in this game is actually going to matter. In this cutscene specifically, because the text would be way slower otherwise. This cutscene is very, very bad on English. Apologies to any English speakers out there, but this cutscene is bad. Sorry. So again, the trick I'm using here is I'm pressing A, B, and C up to match the text here to prevent too much, to match the text boxes as quickly as possible. And another note is that when you don't see a blue box on the text box, it means I hit the text box frame perfectly. So like the blue box at the bottom, you'll see it in a second like that. That means I was a frame late or more, but if I was frame perfect, you would literally not see that. So you can see how well my mashing is by checking for blue boxes here. So there's one, I got one, I missed one, I got one. So we're going to do another trick called Zelda's Lullaby Cutscene Skip, and since we have absolutely no health and we can die from one hit, we're going to take that to our advantage. Oh no, I died! Oh man. I died, dude! I'm terrible. Wow, I can't believe I just did that. I'm embarrassed. How could I even be here? I shouldn't even be here. But it works out for us anyway, because we skip the cutscene, and we got Zelda's Lullaby, and we get kicked out. So now what we need to do is we need to head back to the market, but for what for? I'm not sure. There's nothing useful here. We can't do anything, right? Wrong. So we're going into Temple of Time. I wonder what this could mean. We have no spiritual stones. We have no equipment right now. We have almost nothing. We have almost nothing right now. But what we can do is we can skip past the Door of Time to get directly to the Master Sword with no problem. With a little indent in the door here. Like that. Just like that. And now we got the Master Sword. So now for probably the absolute longest cutscenes in the game. Cutscene, sorry. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. There are cutscenes in this. There are cutscenes in this. It's not just one. I'm guessing if if there are questions to be asked about the run or anything like that, now would be the time. Or any curious questions. Because there's not really too much to say about this cutscene specifically. Ganondorf laughs. He takes over Hyrule, you know. Ganon's face does look like that because he's been evil for so long and his nose has grown so big and his skin has turned green. Like the green has overpowered him. But we see Rauru, the owl, you know. Not too much to say, we're just mashing text here. Also, Ganon's skin is actually kind of inconsistent. Sometimes he's green and sometimes it's brown. It's pretty weird. I guess it depends on the camera and the lighting. But right now, he's basically telling us that we're the hero of time. We have to save the Sacred Realm. Nothing really much to say. I'm mashing B right now instead of anything else because there are some text boxes where you have to say, like, yes or no. Like, any text box in this game... that has, like, an option, usually you just mash B. In Majora's Mask, it's a little bit different, because you have to press A instead of B. And now we're on to the next cutscene. Nothing really much more to say. I guess we got the light medallion, and I'll show you guys something. I guess I'll hold off on some details in a second, just so we can get to that point. But I'll show you guys something cool in a second. But first, we gotta watch this extra cutscene where we have an unknown figure appear. I wonder who it could be. Oh, wow, it's Sheik. Whoa, who would have guessed that? And what Sheik says here is basically, because I have to be the translator here, we have to go save the forest, fire, water, spirit, and shadow temples, and then beat Mr. Ganon, or Ganondorf, the man who we saw back there. It's all being put on us at a really, really fast rate. It's very overwhelming, so I think we might be in trouble. Like, Sheik's really overwhelming us. Like, I feel overwhelmed already. Like, we gotta get the hook shot in Kakariko. Like, oh my goodness, I'm so overwhelmed. I mean, I'm so overwhelmed right now, I just feel like turning off the game. In fact, I think that's what we'll do. Well, run's over. Damn, reset. Oh, wait, no, never mind. We still have a save file. It's not a problem. Alright, we're good. We're fine. We need to save warp there to get back into Temple of Time because the door is closed. So, okay. So behind these gossip stones, that is a fully... That path behind there has collision going to the very back. And that path was blocked by gossip stones. If you look at beta screenshots, that area did not have that fence or those gossip stones. So just a fun fact. So what we're going to do now is another hyperextended super slide to get past this bridge. It saves a little bit of time here and there. We're going to do a Hess off the sign. We got it. we're gonna Hess away from her because we want to be at a distance when she gives us her Cucco. And we're going to be using this later in the run. And because we have a good camera here, we're going to start backwalking immediately instead of taking the time to turn around because we know exactly where we're going. Save warping as adult will always take you to Temple of Time unless you're in a dungeon, but save warping as child will take you to Link's house. So what we're going to do here now is we are going to race a very old man. But what we're going to do first is collect this Poe, but we're going to collect it as we fall in the grave, like this. I have to mash B there to get it. That saves a little bit of time, because we're going to need that Poe for later. So, in order to win this race, we don't really need any specific time, as long as he doesn't close the door on us. Well, okay. And he drops random flames, so we have to basically have him not hit us, because each flame hit costs about 2 seconds, which is preferably avoidable. But for the most part, we just not need to get unlucky here. And you can realistically get a final race time of up to 1 minute and 17 seconds. Like, you can stall really hard on the first race in order to get hookshot. And once you get to this part, he kind of has a standard speed, so I can take as much time as I want when I go up here. And rolling is faster than walking normally, in case it isn't completely obvious. So we got a race time of 49, which is pretty fast. And Mr. Dampe is giving us his gift. He's giving us his hook shot. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do a trick to get crushed here. And go back to the beginning because that's kind of important here. So what we want to do now is we want to do a trick called a hookshot jump. And we're going to have to press hookshot within a 2-frame window here, and then we launch like that. Then we get ISG again, so we don't fall off the ledge. ISG is used to avoid falling off ledges, because, you know, slashing the sword and everything. And we want to walk across this precise seam. And then we want to go into Shadow Temple early. Like that. And when this room is unloaded, we can just walk through. We don't need Din's Fire or anything. We just go right through. Like, there's not really too much to say here for the most part. I think the only reason we're going into the shadow right now we're going for hover boots, and we have to fight that really nasty evil monster again, Dead Hand. But the layout of this room is a little bit different, and we got insanely lucky. So because we have the Master Sword, this fight is a little bit faster. This fight is slightly faster as adult. But what we need to do here is we need to die again, because, you know, we suck. So we're going to slash the chest, and then open it as we take damage, so we can take damage twice off of one Bombchu. And, it's gonna hit us out of the explosion, and oh no, we died again! Damn! I gotta get better at the game. I'm terrible. Well, that's okay. We'll figure something out. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to do another example of getting Ball B. We're going to do a setup here to make it, because we need to do a setup here in front of this torch. And we pause a little bit early. We need to do some equips here. And what this will do is this will give us 29 Bombchus, and then we're going to do RBA with this egg, which will modify our equipment. So the Poe modifies our bomb shoot count, and the egg modifies some of our equipment. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm gonna make sure I didn't miscount here. Okay, I did miscount. So we have to roll up this about 17 times. We're just double making sure here that this works. Because what we did there is we reloaded the graveyard 17 times in order to unload the Sun Song grave. And we also want to collect this fairy. We just go right in. No ZL required. Saves quite a bit of time. Because we don't have the sword on B right now, we got ball on B again. We have to use hookshot to kill these keys, which shouldn't be a problem for the most part. We're going to hookshot this torch during the cutscene to save a little bit of time to get up here faster. And side upping here is the fastest form of movement to get to the end of here. So we're going to keep this bottom or B button for quite a while now. We don't want to get rid of it, and if we lose it, it's going to be very, very bad, because we have to do some really dumb backup kind of stuff. But the only reason we're going in here is for Sun Song, in case it isn't obviously apparent, because that's going to be important for later. It's going to be pretty important. What we're going to do is we're going to do another Hess trick here. We have 29 bomb shoots, as it's obvious. We're going to Hess off this torch, and then basically fly through this room. Saves quite a bit of time if you can get it. So what we're going to do now is we are going to raise Dampé a second time, but this time we need to beat him in under a minute in order to get the heart piece. It is very difficult as a speedrunner to actually lose this race. So for the most part, we should be fine. Like, this shouldn't be a problem. Okay. But we need to not be unlucky. And so far, he's giving us kind of bad luck. He's kind of being a bit mean. But in the long run, it doesn't matter. We will be fine regardless. And I did not mean to do that. As long as you make it, like, you have basically about, like, 13 seconds spare of mistakes to not lose this race. And I have to make sure not to fall into the pit there. That was kind of close. So we talk to him again. We got it in 52. We have 8 spare seconds. We get the heart piece. So next thing we have to do is we have to clip through this block. Because we don't have Song of Time, we can't actually get through. So we're just going to stand here and then boom. Getting hit by a bomb shoe there while standing with a very specific facing angle will clip you through. Like, very easily. The next thing we need is we need Song of Storms. Because, you know, we might need that at some point. This is not one of the most useful songs in the run, but we do need this for 100%. We need this to get into a few grottos. Notably, the grotto right outside Hyrule Castle is Child. And then there's a few other spots we need to use it as well. So there's a reason why we got the egg earlier. We got the egg in order to hatch it into a Pocket Cucko, and it hatches once it turns day, which is why we need Sunsong. And what we're going to do now is we're going to drop our bee bugs while it's on C right to modify our equipment again to give us an adult wallet. And then we're going to modify it again. We're going to catch the bugs on B with hookshot on C right. And what it's going to do is that's going to put a bottle of bugs on our ice arrow slot. And that'll be useful for later in the run. We will get the real ice arrows later, which will overwrite the bottle. But for now, we use it for inventory management. And what I do here is I chew the Cucko Lady here, and I take damage 3 times in order to lower my health as much as possible using the minimum amount of bomb chews possible. So we take 3 hits here. We're going to do another Hess to leave Kakariko. Like so. Just like that. And Hessing, that slidey thing is going to be very useful throughout most of the run. We're going to be using it a lot, but not just with bomb chews. However, bomb chews are going to be our main source of being able to... Okay, just gotta be a little bit careful there. Because I can't actually afford to really get hit here. Okay, that's kind of bad. I'll figure something out. Let me just think right now. Got it, okay. So we need to be at exactly a half heart when we enter here. If we aren't, we have to do a little bit of modification. I'm going to send off a bomb chew over here to blow up one of the walls here. We need to take damage once in this lava to get perfect health here. We're going to send off 2 more bomb chews onto the wall. No particular reason or anything. We use those bomb chews to open up the head for later. We're not going to go in there now, but we have to take 2 trips in this dungeon. And I have to get a frame-perfect trek here in order to fly up, die at the same time, and be revived by a fairy to get it on top of here early. That is a frame-perfect trick. If I miss the frame, then I fail the trick, and it's very bad. And now we got bombs. The reason that trick works with the hookshot is when you hookshot a ladder and die at the same time, you will fly very far upwards. So what we do is we get a fairy, so we get revived at a certain height. So it's not even a problem for us. And what we're going to have to do here as well is we're going to have to take even more damage in a bit. Also, I have to be very careful here not to fall down, because if I fall down here, I will not be able to get back up. We're just going to do that a little bit safer. So we need to take damage using double shoes here. When you send out 2 shoes in front of length while moving forward, it automatically blows up. We do another Hess here to leave DC. This saves 2 seconds. Our bomb shoot count is getting a little bit low right now. We're almost out. So you gotta be a little bit careful. And we have to also make sure not to fall into the pit there, because if we do, it's very bad. So you gotta be a little bit careful. We should have enough bomb shoes to... let me just check. Okay, we have enough bomb shoes. we need to do something called a mega flip to clip through a very specific part of the floor here. And then go out of bounds, land in an unloaded room, do some more RBA, get some more bomb shoes using the Po and C right. And then now we're going to equip Kajiro, and then do RBA with Kajiro, which will modify our equipment again, but this time it'll give us a 40 bomb bag, and it will give us a fake quiver. And also navigating this unload room is kind of hard. So now we're at a half heart again. You know what that means, right? It means we're gonna die again. Alright. So we just entered Blair cutscene and died at the same time, so we skipped it, so we can just keep going, doing things like normal. So we're gonna hookshot the ladder to get a little bit faster. So we're gonna do something. We're gonna grab explosives here, just to make sure we don't run out. In a world record paced run, we would skip these bombs, but these are 20 free bombs I can just use. And normally we have about 5 spares, but in this case now we have 25 spare bombs until the end of Adult 1. It's just that we don't want the run to end or anything, because I run out of explosives, right? There's no way that can happen. There's no way that can happen, right? But for the most part, not really too much to say. We're getting here very late. Normally the game expects us to come here as child, like Raptor to Dodongo's Cavern, but we need to come here now to get magic. And keep in mind we have about, well, we have 26 bomb chews right now. We have 40 bombs. We are loaded on explosives right now. But we're still going to be at 0 bomb chews before we get more. Our bomb chew count in this run is very, very, very calculated. So we have to make sure that we don't waste too many or run out. Because if we run out of bomb chews, that's very bad. And there are a lot of tricks in this run that will make me lose a lot of time. Like, very, very easily. You have to be very, very careful not to make too many oopsies. So we got magic, we got everything, so now we're just gonna go to back into Goron City. But first, I need another fairy. Just for later. We're going to use the bottle we got from doing RBA with Lens earlier in Goron City, which I didn't mention. We have a lot of empty bottles in our inventory right now as well, which we will need for later. I backflipped into the Skeletal there so you can grab it. Things are happening fast, hard to explain. Doing a Hess off the rock. The time of day here does actually matter as well. We have about 6 seconds spare time of day to make it into Zora's domain when we actually get there. We just did a trick called Hookshot Extension to get the Skeletal inside the rock. It's pretty hard. And now we are going to be taking more damage now. We're going to do another trick with a Mega Flip to get over Mido, to skip him. We're going to blow up the Skeletal up here, and then grab it from below with a hook shot. This is not the intended strat, I guarantee you, but it's fast for us. We're going to take damage off this rock using the bomb shoe. We're going to do a trick here called Nut Dupe. And this is a little bit complicated, but we need to basically get a funny camera here, talk to both of them, and then press the up twice, and we will get the same nut upgrade twice. So we got the 30 and the 40. So we got all nut upgrades immediately. And we can just leave. And our health is at exactly 2 hearts right now, which is actually perfect. So we're going to do a new trick here called a ground jump, where we do that with a bomb and then we hop up. We grab the bomb, interrupt it with our shield, and then it puts us in a weird state where we can just do that hop. There's not really too much to say. We're going to do another trick called ladder down A to give us a weird camera here to where we can actually climb up slopes, which is going to be important because we need to skip menu out of the forest here. We're going to fly out of bounds here, equip Kikiri boots, and we're going to fly out of bounds here. You can hear the moblin trying to hit us as well. We will fall out of bounds as the cutscene activates, thus skipping it, which will put us at a half a heart again. And we have a lot of bombs right now, so we have nothing to worry about. And part of the RBA we did earlier was to get a gold scale early, so we can dive here very easily. Before this, we had a normal scale, but we got gold scale. It's just the small things. So this section is kind of important to be tight on time because I do need to make it into Zora's Domain before it turns day in order to get a Sculpula inside Zora's Domain. There are 2 Sculptulas here, and since we are at a half heart, we're probably going to die, right? But we're going to do it in a funny way here. Make sure not to miss this. So we're going to grab the Sculptula, or kill it, drop a bomb, hookshot the Sculptula, and die the same bomb. Oh no, how could that bomb hit me? I died. Damn. I'm terrible at the game. I must be. I keep dying this run, but works out for us. So we're going to do a trick to clip through the waterfall here without playing ZL by using hover boots here. There's a little opening right here. We can take advantage, clip right through. This will give us just enough time of day to make it before it turns day. And we're going to do another Hess here to get up here fast. And we're going to do a trick to unfreeze King Zora so we can get the tunic early. And what that means is I have to read the sign. That's all I have to do. Reading signs are very useful. Also need the Sculptula. So when I reload the room, King Zora will be unfrozen. The trick is actually a little bit more complicated than that, but the way I just did it, he is permanently unfrozen. He will never be frozen again. I didn't even have to unfreeze him manually. And the reason that works is when I read the sign, the game loaded King Zora, but not the red ice, in the way I read the sign, with the position I had. So it just decided to unfreeze him. It just set the flag for unfreezing him. I don't know how it works, it just works. And also, I clipped through King Zora there using a little bit of a acute angle clip. Just jump slash through the wall, go out of bounds, go behind him, not a big deal. We're going to do another Hess here to get into the Froze Wind Fountain. And right now, we're just going to get Froze Wind. And a very difficult section is going to be coming up right now, called the Ice Cavern. And this is notable for killing a lot of world record pace runs very early on, about an hour in roughly. So for the most part, what we need to do, well, I guess I'll just explain in a second. To explain the trick before King Zora better, when you face that wall, when you target a wall, you get the angle lined up to that wall, which is why I can always seem to get perfect angles whenever I target a wall. Like, you don't have to manually line up ever. The only exception is when you have a trick, like, called blank A with crawl spaces, but that's only done as child, and it's not in this run. Anyways, There's going to be an onslaught of tricks I will not be able to explain very easily, but I'll do my best. The first trick is called a weird clip, which is like a weird shot, but I hold Z. I'll just show the trick here. Let's try again. This can be difficult. Okay, we got through. So basically, it causes Link's animation to go a little bit screwy there, and it allows us to grab the ledge under the rock in order to get the Skulltula up here early. We're going to do another Mega Flip here to land right on the heart piece here. And we have to make sure we don't fall here as well. Because falling down in this water is kind of slow, but it's not like a big deal, it's just annoying. Now we're heading into the actual ice cavern itself, which is one of the most difficult dungeons. And it is very, very, very easy for me to lose a lot of time on like small stuff that doesn't seem small, but it's actually big. So the first trick I'm going to do is something called a freezered clip, which is where I'm going to try and hookshot a freezered while it goes against this wall. So I'm going to wait for him to move towards me, go beside him, hookshot clip right through. And also some of the icicle collision is a little bit broken, so that's why I can go through there. So I can grab this hookshot. We're going to do another Hess here, but it's a Hess clip. So we're going to use it to clip through this red ice to get here early without blue fire. Grab this Skulltula. And we're going to use a bomb here to push us into this heart piece using a crouch stab, just like that. And the same bomb will use to damage down again, because we need to be at low health at some point in Ice Cavern. And this is one of the most complicated Hesses in the run. I have to not fail it. So we're going to clip through here, avoid the middle thing here, clip through this red ice, and grab that ledge. That is very easy to fail, so I'm glad I got it. And also there is small parts of collision on top of these icicles, so I can land on top and do this movement here. And these keys are RNG, so if I get hit by the ice keys, it is just RNG, and there's not a lot I can really do in most cases. Yeah, if they're kind of pesky, just kill them, get rid of them. So we're gonna do another ground jump here. Hold on. So he's gonna target me. We're gonna do another ground jump to get up here. We're gonna do another Hess to go through here kind of quickly, and then clip through this red ice, and then now we're at the final room. Kill this guy at the back. Easy. So now we're going to do a trick called Serenade Cutscene Skip, where I have to die at the same time as I grab this chest, and if I fail it, I lose a lot of time. Okay, we got it. So we got the ice, so we have the iron boots now, and we skip the cutscene right after that plays normally here. Get the nice peaceful music. I am going to save here because there is a hard trick coming up that I can mess up, just in case. That's how I do Ice Cavern fast. So what we're going to do now is we are going to... So we don't really have much time on our timer here. We have like 24 seconds to get everything we need down here. Shouldn't be too bad, right? Well... yeah, shouldn't be too bad. So now we're going to equip hover boots here. Start swimming up. Uh-oh, timer's getting low. Oh, no. Alright, we're safe. Usually we go between like 1 and 3 seconds there, but we always make it. Okay, we gotta do a hard trick here. So we gotta clip through this ice here. This is very precise. I have to not fail this. We got it. Okay. So, unknown to most people, the loading zone for Jabu Jabu is actually still there as adult, but it's inside the ice. So we have to do a really weird clip there to go inside the ice for like a split second to trigger it. So now we're in Jabu as adult, because, you know, that's the best. And Jabu Jabu is a very broken dungeon as adult. And there's Rudo. And the only thing we actually need Rudo for in this dungeon is the boomerang, just for holding down the switch. That's basically it. If Rudo didn't... If it didn't require the switch, we could just skip her very easily. And this, again, this dungeon is very different as adults. We're going to do this a little bit differently. We're going to do this a little bit differently as adult. Grab as many skeletons as we can with a hook shot. Side up, down. Okay. But there's not really too much to say here for the most part. But we do have to, like, in the next few rooms, we have to ideally not get hit by any bubbles. Well, they're called shabombs in this game, but they look like bubbles. The bubbles are the floating skull enemies in this game. So, these bubbles are complete RNG. I just have to not get hit, otherwise I drop Rudo, and I have to pick her back up. There's a trick we're going to do here, where we grab the Skulltula, and we're gonna hookshot a pot here, and the pot itself holds a fairy. We're gonna need that fairy for actually very soon. It's not because we're bad at the game or anything, but I mean we're just gonna need it, you know, just in case. Like, just in case. And now we need to take more damage again, because you know what's gonna come, right? And we don't want to kill him if possible, because killing him actually loses a few frames, because the killing enemy animation actually costs you time. Just need to do some precise movement here, get through here. And we need to throw Rudo on top of that one. Well, it looks like we missed him. That kind of sucks. We need to avoid hearts here, because we do not want to grab any hearts here, because, you know, health is bad. We want Link to be at the bridge of... We want him to be at the brink of death at all times. So, we set Flora's Wind in Jabu for a reason. I don't think I mentioned why, but we are going back to this room now, and we're going to do a little bit of a trick here. Hold on, I gotta focus. I'm having a brain fart right now. Sorry about that. We're gonna do a trick here to get to this ledge. And we're gonna go on top of this switch like this. This is the blue switch. So normally it has to be held down, but if we do a really precise roll with good timing, we can make it into that door without the box. It's pretty convenient. Now we're going to do a trick to clip into this room without hitting the switch. Like that. We're in. We are in. Okay, so we are fighting Baronita's child. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit less intimidating because we're nice and big, but this is still a hard fight. And we're going to do this fight in a very specific way, so he dies in a very specific corner. So I'm going to position him, force him to go over in this direction. We're going to hit him. We're going to let him hit us again in a second. And he's going to come from the corner, and then we're going to spin attack. Because he's actually vulnerable when he gets right back up without hitting the boomerang. Spin attack there saves a bit of time. So we are going to do a very hard trick coming up called Jabu Wrong Warp. And I have to make sure not to fail it. Otherwise, it's going to be very disastrous if I do. This should work fine. I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure if this is going to work. This is going to be pretty tight if it does. Barely. Okay, it worked. Okay. So we need to die on the edge of that warp, and now we need to take a bunch of damage with the bomb tubes we have. It's going to teleport us inside. It's going to force us inside the warp to try and start the cutscene, but it can't start the cutscene yet. So we're going to start this cutscene as we die. So you see like the text box there. It's going to pop up. And we have to clip out of bounds with this text still active. We're going to clip through this wall with a bomb chew. We're going to unleash the boomerang. And we're going to side up on the specific frame. And we wrong warp to Dodongo's Cavern. And we skip the cutscene as well. And we're going to do a heads off the spot, saves a second. Or not. Well, ignore me, I guess, because, you know. So now what we're going to do is, well, nothing exciting is happening just yet. We're going to take a little bit of damage over time here, slowly over time. We're going to head to War Temple now. We're doing things pretty out of order for the most part right now. But the way that works, the previous cuts, well, I'm gonna have to explain like 3 things. Because, you know, this is 100%. This is a broken category. Okay. So we're gonna explain like 3 things in a second. Okay, we got it. So, okay, so the wrong warp out of Jabu. So the wrong warp out of Jabu. Okay, no. I gotta explain 4 things. 4 things I gotta explain now. Okay. Okay. That's another trick I gotta explain. So, okay, so the Jabu wrong warp. So the thing that happened is I activated the cutscene for Jabu wrong warp at the same time as I left the room for Jabu. Because even though the entrance in the Serenade boss room is closed off, there's still a door behind there. It's just invisible. You can't see it unless you, like, go out of bounds. And what I did was I hit the loading zone at the same time the cutscene started, which allowed me to do a wrong warp and end up in the Dodongo's Cavern boss room, which skips the cutscene and saves a lot of time. And the thing I did to enter War Temple was something called a ground clip, where I jump slashed into the wall at a very precise position to clip through, and if I fail, it's really bad. And the thing I just did was a Frora's Wind dive, where I cast Frora's Wind as the Tektite hit me off the edge to fall down and skip a few Iron Boots equips. So it makes Water Temple a bit better. Okay, I think I'm caught up. But now we got more explaining to do. We have more explaining to do. Okay. So right now, what we gotta do is we gotta do a little bit of a precise trick that we cannot afford to fail under no scenario. So basically, we need to, well, how am I gonna explain that? I fell down, targeted the wall, and I landed on this middle floor. That's how I explain it. Landed on the middle floor. Okay. We got the key early. I can't really explain it much better. Better explain more shit now. What we did there was we did a quick kill for the clams. We gotta get a second key now. And we're going to do another Bombchu Hess here, which is kind of hard. Alright, we got it. And we have now 0 Bombchus. We have a perfect Bombchu count now. We're going to use this last Bombchu to blow up this hole. Do our equips, equip Frora's Wind, bombs, Iron Boots. And we're going to swap back to Kikiri Boots. Should be good. So right now, we're gonna just grab the Skeletal, not a big deal. This is one of the harder dungeons in Adult 1, so I kind of have to focus a little bit for the most part. So it's hard to explain stuff, but we're going to do something called the Super Slide here, which I don't think I've actually done in the run. But you'll see. This is like a Hess, only straight. And you can't change the direction. But what I'm going to do is do a Super Slide here and open the door in midair. Like that. Which skips us raising the water and makes things faster. So what we're going to do now is we are going to get this Skeletal with a hook shot by staying at the very edge here and using ISG. We're going to wait a little bit, go down here, jump slash up, and we want to basically skip grabbing one of the platforms here for speed, so we can probably make it. Yep, like that. So, nothing really too much to say about this room, but you're not actually supposed to have hover boots at this point. You're not actually supposed to have hover boots. So, we just take full advantage and just skip most of the puzzle for this room. Hookshot to the like. And now we are at... Now we are in Dark Link's room. And Dark Link is a really bad fighter because he just dies in 3 hits. Hold, assuming you don't miss your jump slashes, of course. Like, assuming you don't miss any jump slashes. So now we got the long shot pretty quickly in like 5 minutes into Water Temple, really fast. So now what we're going to do is something called Entrance Point Glitch. We're going to partially load this room, but not exactly fully load it. We're going to load both rooms here. So we're going to use a unused piece of collision on the bottom of this door to go through this room. And then go through this block, which is actually supposed to be here, but it's not. Because we don't actually have Song of Time right now, so we have to skip it. We're going to do something called a Weird Shot to go under the map. To hookshot this Skeletal from out of bounds and collect it quickly. We're going to be using a lot of Weird Shots in Water Temple and quite a few in the run. We're going to be using another one here, right here as well. And there are unused hookshot targets here, which I'm actually hookshotting here, which makes it very convenient for the run. We're going to do another hookshot for an unused hookshot target, just like that. And it's right about here. I lied. Okay, there we go. If you go into the practice run for this game, like that, you can actually see the collision for this. Like, the collision is there for a hookshot target, the texture just isn't. It's very strange. So right now, what we're gonna do is, well, we're gonna clean up most of Water Temple. We're gonna get the last Skulltula, or second last Skulltula, mind you. So, again, like, we got most of this temple done, but we're gonna do a trick to get the Skulltula early. There's actually, hold on, there's actually, like, a really small window where you can actually, like, barely hit this guy to get this guy from here. And now we're mostly done water. We will have to come back later to fight Morpha, but that's for when we actually have some more equipment. But for now, we should be fine. We should be fine. But this is another one of the, you know, hardest dungeons of Adult 1. But they're all hard, which is the actual truth. But Longshot in Forest Temple makes things, let's just say it makes them way faster. So we need to get this Skulltula from down here. Makes it a little bit fast. Hit this Skulltula, roll under him, not a big deal. Now we're gonna do a trick called Cutscene Skip here. I have to not fail it. If I mess this up, I am going to lose my run, so I'm gonna save here before I do it, just in case. But what we do here is we re-grab the bugs at the same time this cutscene starts, which will prevent this elevator from actually going down and the cutscene from fully starting. But it does start, we just delay it. But what this means is we can get down here very early and get the Skulltula. This is the only reason we go down here is for this one Skulltula. And while we're going up, we're going to set Forest Wind, because it saves a little bit of time to do it like while we're on a moving platform. And we're going to do a trick called a ledge clip there to clip through the block there. It's frame perfect. And what we're going to do here as well is we're going to get this token. We're going to kill this Deku Baba for an extra stick. And we are at exactly half a heart right now, which is the perfect health, because we can die from one hit. Do a few equips here as well, a ball of bombs. And now we're going to be coming up to a pretty difficult fight, which I have to not take any damage here, otherwise I die. And it's the Stealthosphite specifically. Now we need to grab a fairy after we kill the first one. Okay, so I got very unlucky here. He hit me through my shield. But the good thing is I have a fairy. I just have to reload this room. But I will have to have him hit me a few times. So it's not a big deal if that happens. We can still continue. It's just if he hits me like that, that's just really, really unlucky because the pattern is completely RNG based. So what we're going to do is we're going to reload this room to grab another fairy. Because if you didn't actually know, you can get unlimited fairies from a dungeon if you just reload the room for some reason. I have no clue why. So we're going to do a really, really difficult trick here now. It's very precise, but you'll see. We're going to do the same entrance point glitch as we did in War Temple, but we're going to do it a little bit differently here. We're going to be put inside the wall here. And we're going to rotate the hookshot here to a very specific frame. If I can advance a frame. Okay, now we're going to equip this. And we fly up. So basically, the game still thinks we're inside the door right now, but we're on the top of the map here. But once we move, the door will close. And now what we need to do is go out of bounds. Just like that. So what this will basically mean is it will spawn us at the top, but it will enable this fight to happen, like the second Stealthosphite. Okay, he's giving me bad luck. What a guy. That entire step was just to get on top of here to spawn these two Stealthos. But this basically skips all of Forest Temple. And with Deku Nuts, it makes a fast fight. Now we got the bow. Yes, I love bonking. So what we gotta do is we set Forest Wind a little bit earlier. In case you forgot. We need to grab these arrows. And also notice how we have a glitched quiver right now. We have 20 arrows. We're supposed to have 30 right now. So we have 30 arrows, and that will basically... 20 arrows is going to be helpful later. Okay. So we need to get this last Skeletal. This is the last Skeletal in the Forest Temple. We will not need to take a trip back here. And we're going to do a new trick here called a Forest Temple Bossy Skip, which skips the Bossy. So this, and this. And okay, we skip the Bossy. We skip the Bossy here. So what we're gonna do here is we gotta do this fight in a very specific way. We have to equip bombs, Poe. We need to get ISG. We need to get ISG, and we need to do RBA with a bomb here instead of a bomb shoe. This is a little bit different. And we just got Ball on B with Bomb Shoes on C right, which gave us 29 Bomb Shoes, which is perfect. We have exactly 17 arrows as well. Our arrow count is precise. So we'll see what happens here. So we have ISG, we have Ball on B right now, and we have 16 arrows. So we need to end this fight with exactly 13 arrows. Which is perfect now. We're perfect. So I guess we gotta do a few tricks after this. So nothing really. Okay. So we have to take exactly enough damage, get down to half a heart again. I have to make sure not to mess this up as well, because if I mess it up, it's really, really bad. But we should be A-okay. And now we got a perfect frame here. We got one more frame to go. Perfect. We're going to drop the bomb, backflip, hold down, and we will die at a very precise time here. Spin around a bit because, you know, being in the blue triangle, or I don't know what the shape of it is, but it makes you spin around. And the white flash means we skipped the Forest Temple cutscene. And now we're done Adult 1, mostly. We're mostly done Adult 1 right now. But we still have to go back to Child section. Like, we still have to go back Child. And we need to get through the door of time again, but the door of time is closed, right? How are we going to get through? Well, there is a little bit of a trick I can do here. And not fail, hopefully. Well, that's not good. It's okay, I can retry it if that happens. It's not a big deal. If you mess it up, it's not a big deal. You can just retry if you just save warp. But the problem there is we only have 2 sticks, which is just enough to actually get through. The 2 sticks we get is the 1 stick in the well as Child and the 1 stick in Forest Temple. So just gotta be a little bit careful here. Okay, there we go. So now this allows us to skip this cutscene. We fall out of bounds right as the cutscene activates, so we skip the prelude cutscene here. And we're going to do this trick again, but we have to make it, we have to not fail it both times. That looked wrong. Have to make sure we don't fail it for the sake of the marathon. Just like that. So just like this. We're on the other side. We did our BA with Fairy on C right. This will give us 29 sticks for later instead of 0. So now we are pretty well equipped here. So now we're in Child section, Child 2. There are multiple sections to this run, so just keep that in mind. But Child 2, which is what we're in right now, is very RNG heavy, so just keep that in mind for later. And we can also clip through that door as Child. You can reverse clip there very easily, but for the front, it's a little bit harder. So there's not really too much to say. We do need immediately to get Din's Fire, because we actually are going to need that in Child 2. Just a little bit of a detour to get through here. We have quite a lot of bomb shoes right now, but we are actually going to run out somewhat soon in like 10, 13 minutes. We're going to have to do another refill, but that's for later. But my chew count is just... the important thing is that it's kind of tight. I can't really afford to waste too many. That is the most important thing. If we waste too many, it's bad. wasting bomb shoes is bad, okay? Don't waste them. Just wasting them is bad. If you get the joke. But anyways, we gotta get Dins. But to explain what happened during Dot Skip, just to explain Door of Time in general, there is a small crack on the left side of Door of Time, so if you have enough speed, or if you have the right angle, you can clip through. So I did something called a hover slide, where I used the recoil off of crouch stabbing from a stick to get enough speed to slide right through. Which is just enough to make it to the other side of the door, twice as well. So now we're going to do another seam walk here, but it's going to be a bit different. Just slightly. We're going to do a setup to get up here. And if we mess it up, it's very bad. But since we didn't mess it up, it's not bad. So we have to also make sure not to fall off the edge here with this Hess, because it's pretty easy for us to do. This is our very few uses of Song of Storms here. Just to get into this grotto for this one Skulltula. Time to equip Boomerang over the letter, because we don't need the letter, at least for now. We will need the letter later, but not anytime soon. We're gonna Hess off this piece of grass to get out of here a bit faster. Oh no, I got caught. Oh no. That's not good. We gotta get revenge. Alright, we got revenge. You can Hess off that guard and it saves about 2 seconds, but it's pretty difficult to do it perfectly like that. So what we're going to do next is we're going to do a kind of a execution incentive section. So we are going to be doing a lot of Hessing here. It's going to be very important. Like, Hessing is going to be, like, super important. And the first thing we have to do, though, before the action, well, before most of the action, is the Cuckoo game. We have to find his 3 Super Cuckoos, and we have to get them before the timer runs out. Ideally, the timer should not pass the 25-second point if I'm lucky, but it can get as unlucky as, like, 15 seconds. If you get really unlucky, well, you can lose the game. But with this camera angle, I can see exactly where they fall for the most part. So we are going to grab them like that. Okay, we got a basically perfect timer. 25 seconds, that's not too bad. So we can see the first 2, but we have to guess for the 3rd one, and I just got really, really lucky there. It's just not a big deal. So we're gonna Hess through this here, and then immediately talk to her. So what we have to do now is, this is the really hard part. We have to hit this Skulltula. So we have to hit that point on the map, which is the 0, 0 coordinate. if you can actually Hess off of that, but I had bad position, so it didn't work. But that blows up when we hit the 000 point. That blows up any Skulltulas that are not loaded. Hello? Gotta do a Hess off this tree. We should have enough bomb shoes here. This is the Skulltula we blew up at the start. And then there is this last Skulltula, which is right here, which we hit with the 000 trick. We're going to be using the 000 trick one more time in the run, I believe. And we got the heart piece, and now people leave. Now we gotta play Serenade, and what this means is we have to do fishing now. And fishing is one of the biggest run killers in 100% when you're going for world record attempts. Because the fishies are RNG, and if you are unlucky and they let go or something stupid happens, there is literally nothing you can do about it, for the most part. Also, that was supposed to be a mega flip that was supposed to work, but I was a frame late on my backflip, unironically. Okay. And we have to make sure to get into fishing with a certain time of day to increase our chances of getting good luck. So we have to make sure we get in here before it actually turns day. Like that, we should be fine now. And there are two fish we have to catch in this. There is the small fish and the big fish. The small fish is on this side. And there are there's like two good fish here and there's one bad one. So this is the good fish. This is the big one. This guy might be too big though if I get unlucky. I'm not completely sure. But we should be fine. Yeah. So he has to be under 50 pounds. As long as he's under 50 pounds, this should work. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a trick here called collection delay, which will cause him to, instead of giving us the heart piece, he's going to give us a gold scale as child, which is only normally accessible as adults. So we get the gold scale early. And now we need to get the actual heart piece, so we don't have to do fishing as adults. And this fish here is the biggest pest. He can give you pretty bad luck and just literally refuse to bite. If we get lucky though, he'll bite. If we don't get lucky, he won't. And if we're really unlucky, he'll let go here before I can even get him in my hands. But we're not. So this is actually really, really, really good fishing for world record attempts. If this was world record, if this was a record run, this would be good fishing. We didn't get too badly trolled. We didn't get too off-put by their shenanigans. So we're good. Like, we're good. Gotta give him the fish. We gotta leave. And we are starting to now get low on bomb shoes. We're starting to get a bit low on shoes now. We have, what, 3 left here? We have 3 left right now. And we just need to give him a Scarecrow song. Left, right, left, right, left, right. So now we need to do a trick here, sorry, called RBA again. But instead of using a shoe, we're going to use a bomb this time. We're going to have the bomb push us away, and then we're going to get quick draw. And we have to not fail this. So we got ball on B again with Poe on C right, which will give us 29 bomb shoes again. And chucking that bomb will blow up the Skulltula that lands there. We're going to grab both tokens at once. Little bit of a speed strat there. We're a little bit away from here. Okay, just gotta swim manually. So, since we need to be nighttime when entering here, so if you fail the RBA, it's really, 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 really bad. So I will... So we'll just get in there before that. So nothing really too special here. We just need to get through Zora's Domain as fast as possible. Get the heart piece. Something we are doing is we're doing something here called flame storage, where we put the stick away near a lit torch. And what that will do is it will store the flame, so we can pull it out and it'll be lit again, just like that. And this will allow us to light the torches here and get the heart piece. It is going to be always lit until you put it away, yeah. And we're going to be doing another Hess here, but we're going to go to the very top of Zora's Domain using it. And we're going to be... Okay, we got it. That's kind of scary. We're doing a trick here called Ledge Cancel, which will change our collision to allow us to go through King Zora here. It's kind of precise, but it's not too bad. So we're going to send a bump shoot back here. Hit the Skulltula, use the boomerang to grab it, put a bump shoe while we're grabbing it. Do a mega flip, do a super swim on the water. And whatever. There is, like, nothing to be worried about. Everything's fine. Now we're going to go to Death Mountain Crater as Child, and we need to go here for a lone gold Skulltula, but we also need to get out of here to get to Goron City quickly. And there's going to be a few ways of us doing that, but we've got to be kind of careful. And we need these bugs to actually dig. Please dig. Thank you. We're going to be using that bomb, like, ISG hovering trick again here. But this is the hardest variation in the run, and it's very easy to make a mistake here and lose all my time. So we're going to throw a bomb at the wall, bounce it off, do a curved hover like this so we don't fall. And we're going to do one final hover. And we're going to make it up here, just like that. Now we're on top. Just going to make sure we don't fall off either. And we're going to clip through here using a bomb shoe, just like that. And now we're in Double Magic Fountain as Child. So there are only normally two accessible areas here as Child. There's the top area of Death Mountain Crater, and then there's the bottom area. The bottom area is where the soil patch is, the top area is where the Skulltula is. I'm in the middle area right now, where I'm not supposed to be. And we're just coming here for the sake of convenience. And we also kind of need to reload the timer anyway. Because, like, your health actually determines how long the timer is. So if I have, max health, so if I have 20 hearts, the timer is going to last 2 minutes, 20 seconds. But if I have 3 hearts, it's going to be 24 seconds. So, for the most part, we're doing okay. Like, we haven't really made any major oopsies in the run for the most part. So, like, no major run killers, like, no hours lost to something dumb. So we're doing really good this run. So I'm very happy with our pace right now. Still, it is still possible for me to make oopsies and, well, lose it. I am going to be regularly safety saving just in case. For example, if I accidentally press the D button right now, I would kill my run immediately. And I have to go back to the beginning, the end of Adult 1. So let's just not press the B button, shall we? Okay. We did a Hess there to get to the ledge here. But the reason why, like, I can mash B on text boxes and I don't press the B button by accident is because there's, like, a delay after each text box, which kind of buffers your inputs to where, like, nothing happens except for control stick inputs. Like, you can't take any action with your items right after. You can't use any event items for some reason. So what we're going to do here is we're going to hit the rolling Goron with a bomb shoe. And it's kind of precise, but it's not too bad. And I set down 2 bomb shoes just in case the first misses. What we're going to do here as well is we're going to hit C up. And when we hit C up during this cutscene, it actually stops the cutscene midway so we can move during the ending part of it. So we can get the bombs up here a little bit early. And this will give us a real 40 bomb bag. Because we don't actually have... We actually have a 30 bomb bag, I think, right now. But now we have a 40, so this is real. So now we have to Hess all the way to the top of Goron City now. Using a 1 bomb shoe. And coming up, there's going to be a certain Gravekeeper that we need to go see in about 5 minutes, roughly. Okay, bomb shoe Hessing can be hard sometimes. But we need to clip through these rocks using our Hess speed, because it's pretty easy. Get that Skulltula, get those purple rupees, and then leave. And we're gonna drop a bomb down and grab this heart piece. Kind of just save some movement time here. And what we're gonna do here is I'm going to equip the letter here, just like this, or equip swap Kajiro. Because we need to do Kajiro RBA here again to give us the 20 quiver back. And we're going to do a trick called Ocarina items here to play Sun Song here without an Ocarina to pull out the bomb shoe. Blow up the Skulltula. And now... I gotta be a bit careful here. Okay, we got it. We gotta Hess down this slope here. If you aren't, like, flat against the wall here, you can possibly, like, fall and mess up. And we only have so much time to enter Kakariko before Dampe doesn't appear. So... there's not really too much to say here, except for a Equip Swap to explain exactly how it works. Is when I scroll the menus, there's a 1-frame window where I can equip an item I'm not supposed to. And that allows me to equip child items as adult and adult items as child. So in this case, I'm equipping Kajiro as child in order to do RBA. And notice how we're getting low on bomb shoes again, and also how we're equipping the Poe again. You kind of... You're gonna know what's gonna happen next, you know? You're gonna know what's gonna happen next. You know what's gonna happen next. We're gonna get this heart piece by slapping off the tower. We're going to Hess off this sign straight into the graveyard. Just to make sure it works. And now we get to see Mr. Dampe as child. Hold on, I gotta focus. Okay, well. Maybe we can hit the Skulltula. Okay, we can't. So this guy has a 10% chance of dropping the heart piece, and it costs 25 seconds for each attempt. So what we are going to do is we have to hope we get lucky as soon as possible, and that we don't get screwed. Okay, so we got a green rupee, which is not what we want, so we have to wait for him to move around the graveyard, and then we gotta dig in each soil patch. And there are two ways we can do Dampe. We can do something called Risky Dampe, and there's something we can do called Safe Dampe. Safe Dampe is kind of slow, but it'll always guarantee that we get the heart piece by the 15th dig. Okay, I gotta redo this. Okay, this is kind of... So I have to grab this. I grab the heart piece here. And by the time we're finished, he's at the third grave. And so far we're getting pretty unlucky, so we're gonna basically wait a bit for him. If we get like super unlucky though, we have to re-obtain Navi, because we're gonna lose Navi if he takes too long. And sometimes he'll stop as well, so we gotta kind of move him along here. 4. Okay, that's not lucky. So we have to blow up the Skulltula here. So if you look at the C-up, like that's where Navi is, you'll see exactly when Navi disappears. Navi will disappear 2 minutes and 30 seconds after she appears when she loads the map. Can you load the map? Alright, 5. Nope, not lucky. That's just bad RNG. We gotta wait longer. And now Navi's gone, so we're gonna have to do something different to we're gonna have to do something different here in a bit. And we're not getting lucky. That's our 6th attempt. Actually, no. Navi was... Okay. Maybe I made him oopsie. Navi's still here. The reason Navi wasn't there because I was targeting the skull. Wasn't thinking. She won't be here for long, though. Because basically we're waiting for Dampe to move around the graveyard so we can get the heart piece. Because if I do Risky Dampe, it's faster. We keep Navi. But it technically could go on forever, which will extend the time for this for no reason. It only matters if you're actually going for record attempts. So now Navi is gone. Like, Navi's gone for good. So as long as he keeps giving us rupees, we won't have to refill or reload the graves or do anything like that. Like, for the most part, we're fine. But I believe we're at 7 tries right now. He's not cooperating. We're at 7 tries right now. Okay, so we got on the 8th try. So this is good, but it's also bad. So what we're going to do to get Navi back is we're going to die. We're going to do a little bit of an equip here. Okay. And what we want to do here... Oh, actually... Hold on. Oh, no, actually... Okay, now we're gone. So now we died. So this allows us to get Navi back, but I almost forgot a heart piece just now because I'm not used to doing safe Dampe, so I'm going to have to go grab it immediately. So we're going to have to... Wait. Okay, we have this... Okay. Oh god, I thought... Okay. So right now we have Deku Stick on B, which we're not exactly supposed to have, but it shouldn't matter. I just have to do my equips here. So we have our corrupt equips here. We just have to equip Kikiri Sword now, which shouldn't be a problem. If we play Sun Song here, everything should be fine. So now this will give us our full health back. And we'll have Navi coming up, which is going to be very important. There is a backup strat where you don't have Navi, but it's kind of annoying to do. And in no scenario in a world record pace run will you have to use it. So there's a strat you can do there called a... Actually, I'm a little bit low on shoes right now, so I'm going to be a little bit careful. So I'm going to backwalk here. I'm slightly low on bomb shoes, because I used quite a few to actually damage down there. So you can do a Hess to this door, but I'm going to choose not to because our shoe count is a little bit low from damaging down. And we get 4 skull rewards in here, but we don't get 5 because the 5th one is actually the Adult's Wallet. And since we already have the Giant's Wallet as of right now, we just got the Giant's Wallet. If we get the Adult's Wallet, it will downgrade us to the Adult's Wallet, and we will have no way of getting the Giant's Wallet back. Like, the run will be over. Like, we have no way of beating the run. Like, we're out. Like, we're messed up. We're screwed. But thankfully, that's not the case. But it's a very easy mistake for a new runner to do. They won't realize the run is dead before you've been started. Let me just say. So right now we should have... let me just think right now. I think I have a literal perfect shoe count if I don't use any. But Navi should appear in like a few seconds. There we go. There's Navi. And this will allow us to dive into the well again to go for a second trip into the well. And since I don't want to use bomb shoes here, normally what I do is I do a Hess and I blow up the Skeletal here, but I'm going to do something different here. I call it Slash the Skull. And I also call it Roll to the Door with the Skeletal Room. So it worked out quite nicely. But I do want to use bomb shoes here just to hit these guys, because hitting these guys with anything else is really awful. So what we're going to do now is we are going to enter the second room, get the second Skulltula. I kind of want to try and save my bomb shoe because we can. It's not too bad to do it this way. It's just a little bit slow. But now we're done Child 2. We're going on to Adult 2. However, we have to make sure that we don't make any oopsies in Adult 2, because there are certain oopsies, mistakes in the run, that will have to make me go back to Child 2 at certain points. Hopefully, it will not come to that, but this shouldn't be a problem. So what we're going to do is going to do dot sweep again. We're going to do certain equips. And it's very important that I have letter on C right, or Rudo's letter on C right. I'm going to save before I go Adult, just in case. And now we're going to Adult 2. And now we have Frozund on B because of the shenanigans we did in Adult 1 earlier. Which is going to be very important for the whole run. We need these for wrong warps, warping around. We need it for a lot of stuff. But the bad news about Frozund on B everywhere is that we don't actually have a sword. We have no Master Sword, Kikiri Sword, or Bigoron Sword for that matter. So we're going to have to use Deku Sticks. That's right, Deku Sticks for everything. Thankfully, it's not going to be too much of a problem, hopefully, but shouldn't be too big of an issue. And we just did the same trick as before to clip into Water Temple using a ground clip. But we did it with a Deku Stick this time. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to Morpha, not Serenade. And we're going to do a Hess across Water Temple. So watch this. Just like that. Easy. So we're going to do a slightly new trick here, which we're going to have to do a few times. It's called a bomb hover and a ground clip combination. So we're going to do a... We're going to slash at a certain time in the air there at the same time as the bomb hits us, which will push us through the door and clip us through the room, which will allow us to get to Morpha without a boss key. And Morpha is not exactly the hardest fight, but I have to do it in ideally a certain way, otherwise it's kind of bad. And I'm pretty sure I set Frozen outside Water Temple, because if I didn't, it's going to be pretty bad. It's not going to be good, so we're going to do our best to maintain that we did everything correctly. So there is actually a faster strat for this fight, which I can do to get Morpha out of the water here early if I stand, like, right here. But it's really difficult. Nah, I missed it. But what we want to do here is get Morpha right in the corner. Like so. And she's dead. We'll be using Deku Sticks for a lot of the boss fights in this. Or no, that's a lie. All of the boss fights in Adult 2, we'll be using Deku Sticks. And there is a potentially hard trick coming up as well. If I fail, I lose 3 minutes, which will not be good. I guarantee you. And I don't want to miss this either, because we might miss out on a really, really cool trick. We don't actually get it. So we're just going to be a bit careful here, be a bit smooth. Got to get the heart piece, and one more. One more. Give me a second. Okay, we got it. We have to step inside the warp at the same time as pressing forward, then warp away at a specific time, which will put us outside, and we skip the cutscene, and it skipped the water raising, so the water is not raised right now. So now we got this. We have to press B at the same time as we grab the Skeletal there, which will prevent us from grabbing it. And we have to shoot the sun now. I gotta be careful here not to trigger the token. Because right now the game thinks we grabbed the token, but right now it's unloaded, so we can't actually collect it. And we also need to grab these fire arrows, which is impossibly far away. I can't jump to this, right? Like, it's too far. I can't side up or mega flip or super slide. It's too far. This is too far. It's too far, man. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something to solve both problems. I gotta... okay, that's not good. I overbuffered, so we gotta do a backup here. So what was supposed to happen was I was supposed to do a really big jump. I was supposed to do a really big jump there, and I was supposed to launch in the air like a Fortnite jump. But I was a frame late, I overbuffered, that's my fault. So we gotta do something different here. This is a backup strat, which I'm not exactly prepared to do. Actually, no, that's a lie. I'm completely prepared to do this. It's just not done very often, so it's kind of a pain. So you have to do this. And luckily, there is actually a scarecrow right on top of here, so if you stand in a good position, you can actually long shot up to the scarecrow. If you're lucky, anyway. Just like that. So you can grab fire arrows this way. So right now I have bombs on a button I don't normally expect it to be on, so I think we should be fine though. There should be a toucan coming our way. The toucan is gone. But right now I think we have everything. I don't think I missed anything in Lake Hylia. This will be the last time we'll be going here as well. Just heads up. However, I do want to make sure I have enough time of day here. So we want to equip sticks here, and then equip iron boots. So what equipping iron boots does here at the bottom floor is, well, equipping iron boots and... hold on, let me just think for a minute. You can do a strat where you can equip iron boots early and then hookshot it, equip PQ boots and make it work. But we didn't do that there. So now we just have to equip bombs here. And we want to hookshot this ladder from very far away. And we want to Hess as soon as possible here. I'm a little bit unsure of our time of day because we did take some time, extra time to actually grab the grab the Scarecrow song a bit early. So normally it'd be daytime here, so I'm gonna have to possibly play Sun Song later. But we're gonna do another trick here called we're gonna do another bomb hover. We're gonna hover up, just do a 2-bomb hover, shouldn't be a big deal. And I'm pretty sure we didn't waste any bombs so far. And we got it. This will allow us to get Epona early. Allow us to get Epona early, shouldn't be a problem. And we kind of have to hurry here a bit because our time of day is kind of tight. I really do not want to have to play an extra Sun Song if I don't have to. And normally to get the 4th bottle, we need to collect all 10 Poes in Hyrule Castle, or Hyrule Field. And we only need 1. And the reason we only need 1 is because of a trick called Equip Swap, which will solve our problems. So we are going to basically give them the same Poe over and over again, thinking we're giving them all 10. Chewie thinks we gave him 10, but we're only just giving him the exact same one. And if we mess this up, it could be potentially bad. Shouldn't be an issue, though. So we got a count here. So I think this is 3 right now. So we're gonna count to 10. We have to count to 10 right now. So we got 4. 5. 6. I believe this is 6. No, this is... Yeah, this is 6. I kind of look at my rupee count to determine how many tries I have, or how many attempts I have at this. But because I got extra rupees earlier, it's hard to keep track of. This is 7. And this is 8. We only have to do one more dupe and then we're fine. One more. And we didn't fail a single one. That is a frame, that's like a double frame perfect trick. They have to do 10 times basically there. And it's amazing that I didn't fail it once. And here's the last bow. Shouldn't be a problem. And now we're gone. But now we got the important part of the run, which I can't afford to fail, coming up. I mean, this is one of the hardest. Let's an adult too. Like speed-wise. Thank you, Mr. Horse. Like, this is really insanely hard speed-wise, but execution-wise, like, for a marathon, there is a wrong warp at the end of this section, which I cannot afford to miss. If I miss it, it's going to be very disastrous. It's going to be very, very difficult to deal with. But we have to just make sure we don't fail it. But what we're going to do now is we're going to set Furrow's Wind at the entrance of CAC, which is going to be very, very important for in about roughly 4 minutes. Roughly, anyway. My bomb usage is also kind of important here, that I don't waste too many, because if I waste too many, it's going to be really bad. So... And we're going to be doing a lot of hessing as well. Gotta avoid this boulder on the right. Right there. So you're going to be doing the 000 trick here again, but with a second bomb, so... Watching it. That's not going to work. I don't know what happened there. Okay, let's try this again. Alright. This should work now. So we're going to hess over to the other side of DC, through this corridor, pull a bomb. And what this will do is it will actually blow up the Skulltula in this room as we're hessing in. So I can basically avoid having to hit it from here. So like that. Allows me to grab it from the corner. Okay, well. It's okay, I like hook-shine torches anyway. And what we're going to do now is we're going to do another hess. This one's pretty difficult as well. Have to make sure not to target him. We're going to equip hover boots here. And we are going to try and hess through this head, and it worked. This skips the text box, because the text box doesn't activate when you're hessing. And now I have to do a trick Okay, let's try this again. Alright, we got it. So what's supposed to happen is he's supposed to hit me into the switch, and I'm supposed to press Navi when I land. But I fell in first, but I just got the back up there, so it's not a problem. And I also just grabbed a few extra 5 safety bombs, just in case I run low in Shadow, because Shadow is a dungeon right after this. But first, we gotta beat Mr. King Dodongo. And this is basically the easiest fight in the game. If you mess this up, you're bad. Straight up. It is Throw the bomb in. Hit him with a stick. That doesn't count as a mess up. I intended to get hit there. And then we're going to hit him again with a stick, and he's gone. Well, he's gone now. So this trick coming up is going to be very, 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 very important that I do not miss this. This is the trick I cannot afford to miss. If I miss this, well, it won't be good. We might have to think of some backup scenarios here. Alright? Backup strats here, okay, chat? But we got this, right? Yeah. Uh-huh. So... Come on. Okay, we got it. Just have to make sure we don't mess that up. Alright, we got it. And what this does is this puts us into the Nocturne Cutscene, which allows us to learn Nocturne a bit early. Because normally what we need to do is we need to beat Forest, Fire, and Water, and then head to CAC manually to get Nocturne. But what this actually allows us to do is it actually allows us to learn it early, because we save Fire Temple to the very end of the run, and there's literally no way of us getting this early. So this is what we have to do here. But in other words, we got the trick. Nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. Mostly. The only thing that's not fine is the dungeon we have coming up, which is Shadow. It's also very convenient. Also, I kind of didn't notice we made time of day. It was turning day when we entered DC, but you can see like it's kind of getting lighter out a bit, you know? So what we need to do now is we have to do a few things before we enter Shadow. We have to do a few things before we enter Shadow now. So we have to get one Skulltula. That's a little bit pesky because he's right here. You can hookshot that from there, by the way. We're gonna do a quick recall into this room, like that. Say hello to the cow. And play Nocturne. So again, Shadow Temple, I mean, I'll let it explain itself. You'll see. You'll see how difficult Shadow is. I won't even have to explain anything, but I will anyway, because, you know, I got it. We gotta do that. There is a strat I can use bombs to skip the Stin's Fire, which saves a little bit of time. But then I have to do, like, a really bad strat in here, so I choose not to do it. So it trades consistency for speed, but, you know, anyways. So this is the second time we're entering Shadow now. So what we have to do is we have to click through this door, this cage door here. Because it's locked, even though you can't actually see it. It's actually behind me right now. And what I'll do here, I gotta pause buffer this because it's precise. And I gotta Mega Flip now. Pull a bomb in midair. Come through the wall. Pull another bomb. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on, I gotta... Okay. We have to set Furrow's Wind in this room. Do a weird shot, get under this chest. Like so. Grab the key inside, leave the room. And we have a limited amount of bombs in this dungeon, so you just gotta keep that in mind when we're doing stuff. So I'm gonna do another Hess here, which I hopefully shouldn't fail. I have to do like a really precise Hess here, which I cannot afford to fail. Like this. Okay, we're gonna not pause here yet. Okay, we landed right here, which still means it worked, but we want to land on top of this platform here, ideally. But still worked. We didn't lose the run. We're good. So we're going to do a weird shot in here. It's kind of precise. Hope this works. Just like that. Get the Skeletal from in here. Shouldn't be a problem. There's a few more tricks I have to do before I set Fora's Wind, or return it. If we return Fora's Wind in a bit, in like about a minute and a half. There's still a few things we have to do in the End of Shadow. This door has like a little bit of a crack in it. I can just roll through if I know what I'm doing, like that. There is a bomb drop I can grab in this room, but I'm going to choose to skip it because we have an overkill amount of bombs right now. We have basically no way of messing up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to backflip when this spike thing falls down, which will allow me to basically get on top of it and get up here a little bit early. Get this key, which is important. And what we're going to do now is we are going to manipulate the camera a little bit to make sure a certain platform lines up when we land on it. So, you know how there's nothing here, right? Wrong. There's a platform here. I have to manipulate the camera to make sure it's in that spot, otherwise it's very bad. And also, there are invisible spikes in this room you can only see with the lens of truth, but I know exactly where they are, so it's not a problem. There's also hookshot targets in this room which are invisible, which you can only see with the lens of truth. So we got everything. We head into this room. And what we need in this room is we need a small key and a gold scapula. So I chuck the bomb in here. Grab the skull, grab the key right on top of me, return Fora's Wind, and then we're back in this room. This isn't a problem, you know? This is not a problem. So now we're right here. We want to hook shot the ladder here to clip through that room and not fall down, hopefully. We're going to kill the scapula. And we're going to ride the boat. There technically is a way of getting to the End of Shadow to get to the boss room through the hover boots room by going out of bounds and doing some weird stuff. But we need one more Skulltula at the very end of Shadow, so we actually can't afford to do that. It is possible to implement, but it's just slow. It's just not fast. So you just got to keep that in mind, all right? So now what we're going to do here is we're going to ride the boat and we're going to carpool with these Stealthos. And unfortunately, they're a bit of a pesky passenger. They're making noise. They're stabbing me with their swords, so they got to fall. They're a little bit annoying, so they just got to fall to the abyss, never be seen again. Not a problem. Goodbye. See ya. So not a big deal, you know? Very simple. And the reason why I want them off is for two reasons. The first reason is because they lag the game when they're on. With this boat and them on the boat is laggy. The second reason is I need to do a Hess here, and I can't do that when I target them. That is the second reason. So we're going to do a Hess here to make it to the other side with hover boots. Which shouldn't be a problem, although this looks a little bit scuffed. Okay, shouldn't be a problem. Just like, no! That was good. I don't get that in runs, ever. That's crazy. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do a Bossy Skip, because we actually skipped the boss key in this dungeon, because, you know, boss keys suck, right? Who needs them? I sure don't. We're going to do one more pause. Do a setup here. Pause at the right time. Clip sticks. Ledge clip. Clip through. Just like that. So what I did there was I did a ledge clip where I pressed Z as Link fell off the ledge to clip inside the ledge. And I had the bomb damage me and push me through the door so I can land in the boss loading zone. Which, you know, skips the boss key. But now we have to deal with Mr. Bongo Bongo, Mr. Drummer here. You know, he's a pretty good musician, but he has to die, unfortunately. So we're going to hit his hands, hit the other hand, hit his eye, and we have to use ISG. And he's gone. He's dead. All right, that was easy, right? Okay, so so I'm gonna have to do another setup here to get into the blue warp. We're gonna have to grab this heart container because it's very important that we don't, you know, forget it. And we got it. This, in turn, you know, skips the cutscene at the end of this dungeon, and it warps us to where we need to go at the end of the dungeon as well. So we warp back to this room. So, you know, what do we even need in Shadow still? Like, you know, we got pretty much everything, you know? I got everything. We got everything in this dungeon, you know? What could we possibly need left? Oh, we need this Sculpula, right. Okay, so we're done here. So Shadow's done. So now we're going to take a warp back to Bolero, and if you actually notice, we're a little bit low on bombs right now. We're a little bit low on bombs right now, so we're going to have to do something about this. We're going to have to change our position a little bit here. So we need this Sculpula. We need to hookshot this ledge, and we also need to equip bombs. So we're going to do a trick here. Do this, place a bomb, shield, easy. And now we're in the Goron shop, easy. So we are going to use our rupees to buy 40 bombs, to refill our bombs, and we're also going to buy the Goron tunic, which skips us needing to talk to the little Glitchymon up top, because that's what the name is of the Goron, because if you name him Glitchymon, he's Glitchymon, because, you know the drill. You get the drill. Unfortunately, that Glitchymon is a little bit too slow for us. We gotta go faster. So what we're going to do here is we're going to set Fro's Wind in a very specific spot here, at the entrance of Lost Woods. And this is going to be important later, but for now we're just going to focus on what's directly in front of us, because that's going to be way more interesting. And right now, the time of day I think looks okay, even though it should be a little bit darker, because, you know, we're a little bit late. There's a Sculpula here which we can grab. We need to target this wall and do a Hess from this wall, because our angle is going to be important. And we're gonna head to the Deku Trees area. And he's dead. He's no longer there. He's gone. His dungeon's gone. Right? You would think. And no, he's still here. He's still alive and fine. No, not to worry. He's okay. Everything's fine. Deku Tree is alive and well. So just like Jabu, the loading zone is actually still here as adult. It's just you have to go behind him a little bit. And you just have to get in. It's not too hard as adult. Jabu is another story, though. So, to explain what just happened, I hookshot the vines and pulled my stick, which skipped the text trigger there for Nevi saying, hey, Link! You know? And we also did a skip with the door there, where I side up in front of the door and I pressed A immediately when I landed, which skipped another text trigger. I'm going to have to do that text trigger twice, because there's a door up top where it triggers as well. So then I got this, we got the slingshot, like, you know, what, like 2 hours late now? Like, we're pretty late, like, dude, we are terrible at this game. We got the slingshot, like, over 2 hours, we're over 2 hours behind. I should have gotten this within 10 minutes. I'm such a bad player. I should improve. But we're also going to be getting the Skeleto's late as well, so it kind of makes up for it. But we got the door skip twice, which is really good. That door skip is frame perfect. Grabbing the Skeletal with a long shot. The long shot is very broken in this dungeon. So just keep that in mind. Long shot is very broken. It breaks the dungeon really bad. So we're going to do a trick here called B1 skip, which will land us, well, I failed it, but it'll land us on top of the second B1 floor here. Even if I miss it, it's not really a bad thing, because there is a trick I can do to get back up here as adult. Just like this. Okay, B1 skip, easy. So we're going to do a complicated trick here as well. It's called a crawl space skip, which will allow us to get back here as adult, because you can't go through crawl spaces as adult normally. This is very precise. I have to not fail it, otherwise it's bad. Okay, did I get stuck? Hold on. This is potentially bad. Okay, we got it. If you get stuck like that, you have to do, like, a bunch of side-ups and make sure you get out. Because you can actually soft-lock there. Very scary. So what we'll do now is we're going to do a trick called 2-3-1 skip. That's not the equip I want, is it? No, we want... Oh, I messed up this button. We want to do 2-3-1 skip. We're going to get ISG again, but what we're going to do is going to use ISG to our advantage here. And we're going to do a super slide off this patch of grass, and then we're going to let go. It's going to teleport us. We're going to pull a bomb shoe. And we're going to time this really precisely. That should be at the right time. And we're going to make a side up into the loading zone for the Deku Tree boss. Because he's right here. So, nothing really too much to say here, except I can't, again, here's another wrong warp I cannot afford to fail. If I fail it, it's really, really bad. But we should be fine. So, watch this. Dead, dead, dead. World's fastest boss fight. I am doing a set for this trick as well. I mean, it's not run over if I miss this, but we're gonna have to do a little bit of manual traveling. But we have the floors been set up in such a specific spot that we don't want to miss this. Okay, we got it. And this wrong warp will take us to Wasteland, or Desert Colossus. On top as well. Gonna take us on top as well. So what we also need to do here is not fall down. I'm on top of here for a very good reason. If I fall down, it's very, very, very disastrous. That is not ESS right. Okay, I gotta be a bit careful here. So we got this super slide. We're on the other side here. And we need to spawn the mirror shield chest. This isn't too bad. So now we need to go directly into Spirit Temple now. And leave immediately, because we have to do something else here as well. We have to say hello to Mr. Sheik. Because we actually need we need Requiem to actually make 100% count, and we'll also need it once later. Like, not anytime soon or anything, but like, we're gonna need it at some point. And Spirit Temple is, well, in 100% is one of the easiest temples to lose great gobs of time in. So I have to make sure not to make any oopsies, let's just say. No oopsies allowed. That is not supposed to. That's not supposed to work like that. Okay. I definitely didn't fail that song just now. That's definitely not one of the harder songs to play, for sure. Everything is fine, don't worry. But yeah, there are a lot of tricks in Spirit. Well, I'll just explain as I go along. I'm not going to hype it up too much, but we're going to do our best. And also, this cutscene actually sets time of day. Little known fun fact. It's going to matter for after the temple. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a super slide off this pot. Just like that. I'm going to equip Boomerang. Equip Mirror Shield, everything. Hold on. Okay, we got it. Okay, now what we're gonna do is hit the switch with a bomb shoe there. Skipping the equip for hookshot. This should work fine. Yep. And we're going to hit that Skulltula with the bomb shoe and get it with the boomerang. Right behind that Song of Time block, which saves us quite a bit of time. Because we also don't have Song of Time yet either. It's much later in the run before we get it. So. Okay, we got another super slide. Get to the other side of Child Side now. Or, not Child Side, you know what I mean. We're going to Child Side now. We're going to kill these enemies quick. Let's try again. I could technically use that bomb drop, but I don't actually need it right now, so we'll just skip it. So we are going to... That is not supposed to happen. That is not what's supposed to happen. Ignore me. Sometimes the hookshot will literally go through a Skulltula and not hit it. And that is exactly what happened there. So nothing to be worried about. That's just unlucky. But this gate has hookshot collision, which is why that's specifically a problem. And also, you can just climb up there as an adult. That's not a problem. We're gonna do another weird shot here. This time to get the other side of this door as well. Like that. Just like this. We're going to equip Ocarina over bomb, see a little bit of movement here. That is not what I'm supposed to do. Okay. I'm going to land to this platform, but we're going to do a little bit of a trick here. I'm going to aim at the chest that's going to be there first, but we're going to hookshot the chest during the cutscene, and you'll see what happens if it works. There we go. Just like that. Love a little bit of a cutscene skip. So now what we're gonna do is we have to go to the boss room. And, uh-oh, I can't see. Okay, we're good. So I have to climb up this shoulder and not fall down as well. Hold on. That's not good. It's very hard to climb up that shoulder. You just gotta climb back up and try again. So just gotta try again here. So now we need to pull a bomb, get up here, flip through this wall, get up, do a setup here. I gotta jump down. I have to redo this. That's supposed to be a side up, not a jump slash. Okay, got up. We're gonna do hookshot extension again. I have to be a little bit careful here. I have to make sure I don't fall down here, but I'm in a bad spot. Okay, we're good. And we're going to equip Iron Boots in the air here, and unequip. There we go. Equip through the boss door. Easy. So what I did there was I basically clipped through the statue's head, hookshot the grate from inside the statue, and then did a mega flip into the door. And I equipped Hover Boost to give myself enough downwards momentum to clip through. And then I just equipped Gear Boots like once I landed, because I knew I clipped already. So what we're gonna have to do now is we're gonna have to do a slightly difficult fight here. We need to basically kill Nibiru and fall out of bounds as she dies. And I have to do this in a very, very, very specific way, because if I don't, it's bad. So I have to stand like right here. I have to get a broken Deku stick like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. So it should be fine. So we're gonna do this, just like that. So she is going to die as I'm falling out of bounds, and this will skip the cutscene, and the door will be open, just like that. And now we get to the fun boss fight. And the reason why I say it's fun is because basically this fight is incredibly RNG intensive. We can get like really lucky or really unlucky, but I'll show you guys in a second. if you guys like impressions anyway. I got one more impression stored at the end of the fight. But I'm not sure if I want to do that one. Please get out of my face. Go away. Thank you. I have to basically hit the other one with the other one's attacks. So they have to be in very good positions for me to actually fire at them. I messed up. They weren't actually gonna fire. They threw me off. So now I gotta be lucky here. What are you doing? Okay. This should be fine. Okay. So there is a certain pattern they can do, something that's called a double, is they can basically stay where they are and fire immediately again. I don't know what she's doing. Oh no. Wow. Hello? Okay. Okay, that's an unlucky pattern. Okay, we're good. And this is the not RNG part of this fight. If I mess this up, I'm not good at the game. So we need to jump slash with the stick first. I'm gonna shoot her to make her move from the platform to platform faster. Alright. And we're going to stand right here. Alright, that was a quick one. Okay. So just a 50-minute cuts, or 50-minute cutscene, 40-second cutscene here. Where they basically bicker non-English words. You make your interpretation to what it actually sounds like. What is this? They're arguing. What else does it look like? They're bickering before they go up. They can't figure out whether they're 380 or 400? I don't even pay attention to that text. No lore today. Okay, so we're going to do basically the last Flora's Run Wrong Warp of the run. We basically completed most... Okay, we got it. We basically completed every adult temple except for Fire Temple. So this is the last little bit of this is the last Flora's Run Wrong Warp. But it's not our last use of Flora's Wind either. This is the last temple we're entering before we get to Adult 2, that's my point. Return for his wind, and now we are actually out of magic right now. We need more at some point. I hope this works. Come on. Okay, we're good. We need to do a super slide here and then land on a kind of a decently precise spot, but it's not that precise. We just need the heart piece. And it is actually turning night basically right as soon as we get to this tree, which is very convenient for us. There's almost no waiting time. So pretty much we should be good here. I didn't. Okay. So what we're gonna have to do here is we're gonna have to get the Skullflow right on top of here. Shouldn't be a problem. Easy. Should be fine. Casualty for the poor Lever hit with the bomb. So sorry, Mr. Lever. But anyways, this is our fill up on magic. This is our, believe, the second last Great Fury in the run. So right now we have to, well, we don't have to do anything right now. We just have to watch the cutscene. Nothing really to say. And if you would let the text sit here, she gives it like a really funny face. It keeps zooming in. It's really funny. But anyways, what is important here is we have to do a trick called Reverse Wasteland Hess. If I mess it up, it's very bad. This isn't it, by the way. This is it. This is it. Oh no. I hope this works. Let's go for it. Come on. Okay, we got it. All right, we got it. We got it. First try. So basically the reason why that is so specifically difficult is I am literally surrounded by void planes. So if I Hess wrongly, if I go in the wrong spot, I will void and I'll have to restart. That is a very difficult Hess to nail. Very, very difficult. That's not gonna work. Okay, so I got a third frame Hess here, which basically means that's gonna be a problem. Okay. So we should be fine here. So we should be good here. Hello? Okay. So... Okay, we made it. This allows us to get the Gruta Fortress a bit early and get caught. So what we could do is we could always just enter Gruta Fortress from like the front, but we're doing it from the back because we need the gold Skulltula in the wasteland anyway, so it's just convenient for us. So, you know, not a big deal. Please don't. Okay. And you can clip through the ceiling with a precise hookshot shot like this. And we're going to grab the heart piece here. And there's some potentially difficult tricks coming up, but we should be okay. Grab the Skulltula. And you know how we don't actually have a sword right now? This might actually prove to be a potential problem. Coming up in a second. We have about 7 sticks right now. And we need to make use of all our sticks right now. Okay. And we have to make sure not to break too many because we need 1 by the end of Adult 1. And... yeah. We need to do like a kind of a weird fight here. Okay, we got it. We need to get ISG at the beginning of this fight. And basically play Ring Around the Rosie with a Gruta Guard and hit her 5 times with Jump Slash Store damage with the stick. We have to do this 3 more times now. And it's going to be more convenient for us to get rid of our sticks, but I want to kind of be careful here a bit. Don't want to waste too many, so I'll do this so I don't break it off the wall. And we have to do this strat a second time, and I have to hope we get lucky. Okay, if we get unlucky... Okay, we're fine. Ideally, you want to grab the key immediately when she dies, but sometimes she just tosses it away from you and you have to go grab it. Which allows us to basically wait in front of the Gerudo Carpenter. Well, just the Carpenters. They're not Gerudos. They want to be Gerudos. They want to join the Thieves Guild at the Gerudo Fortress, but they are not good enough. They wanted to run away from their Carpenter duties, but they got punished. This fight is going to be a little bit different because this Gerudo guard is really close to the cage, so I'm going to run straight into her instead of using the hook shot. Just like that. That is actually really insanely good RNG as well. I'm getting really, really good luck on these guards. Like, normally this would be, like, close to perfect nearly in an actual run. But it's pretty rare, so, you know how it is. Okay, last guard coming up. Okay, so I'm gonna break the stick on the wall here, just so I can get to 2 sticks exactly. And we're gonna hookshot her again, but it's gonna be a slightly difficult fight here. Uh-oh. She's trolling. She's being mean. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Sometimes they run away because they're scared of my stick, so whatever. So I gotta just like, I have to like throw the, like I have to, like the way you stun them in this, the way you stun the guards in this, this is the same way I stun Dark Link, is like when you throw a nut directly at them, they will guard against it. It will not work. You have to throw it to the side, and that's the only way it'll work. So the guards can be difficult in that regard. It's technically possible to go without using Deco Nuts and just use bombs, but it's just not safe. It's not good for a run, honestly. So we do it for safety. And this is another clip I can do here, which I can easily miss. Come on. Stop. This saves a bit of time if you get it. But we basically clip through the Gerudo gate there and skip talking to the guard to open it up. And what this means is that we can basically... What can we do here? We can... what can we do here? We can just get ice arrows immediately with a weird shot. It's really broken. And we're almost done in Gerudo Fortress. We just have to do a few more things. Return 4 is winning because we set up here. There is a lone gold sculptlet at night at the very top here. We have no good way of getting this otherwise as well. So not to worry. Okay. Okay, we're going to play Epona song because that spawns Epona, and what we're also going to do while Epona is running towards us, we're going to set Fora's Wind to make sure the camera is fixed, because normally when we call Epona, the camera kind of messes up and goes wonky. We save time waiting for Epona, and it fixes our camera. Slightly, anyway, slightly. So it's not a big deal. So notice, so right now we actually have a 20 quiver still. We have a 20 quiver right now. Please climb faster. And we have to do archery 3 times. In vanilla, you have to do it twice. We have to do it 3 times. So we're going to fire off a few wasted arrows so we can finish this faster. Okay, we got it. We only need 1,000 points for the first one, and this will give us a heart piece. And if we mash the text here, we can do a trick called collection delay, where we can just walk away while the text is up there. Or right after we finish clearing the text, we can just walk a bit. It saves a little bit of time. Anyways. We have to get 1,500 points now, so I gotta be a little bit more careful with my arrows. I'm a professional archer, don't worry. And we are going to do a trick right now. It's called Ass Chest. And the name speaks for itself. And the reason this happens is because we have a glitched quiver and the game doesn't know what to do. And we got Spooky Mask. Okay, so we have to do this. Okay, we have to do this. I have to make sure this doesn't fail. I think this should be fine. So what we're going to do here now is we're going to swipe over our fish here. This might not work. I think this is not going to work. I think I'm too high up. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. This might work still. But what this will do is this will basically give us... So what we just did is we just got the 40 quiver. And the game doesn't actually know that we got the 40 quiver, so we can do the same game again and get the 50 quiver. However, that was a little bit close to failing, so I don't even know if it worked. We're gonna find out in a second. So I hope it worked. If it didn't, I'm gonna be in trouble. Okay, it worked. 50 quiver. So we basically skip a middle quiver upgrade to get the 50 quiver there. And it's a pretty difficult trick. If I failed that, I have to go to CAC to get the other quiver. It'd be pretty much a problem. But what I just did right now was I dropped with a fish. I dropped my fish with milk on C right, which gave me 20 bombs, which will give me enough for the next few sections. And then I caught on my real bottle, because I'm going to need the fish for later. So it shouldn't be a problem. And right now, this is one of the longest cutscenes in the game. And so if you want to take a bathroom break, get a drink, get a snack, go around for a jog around the block, now would be the time to do it. So just a heads up. This will actually be a good time for bathroom break for me, but I don't have to use the bathroom, so it's not a problem, but I might have to later. So it shouldn't be a problem. A quick jog. Dude, that's what I like to do. Jogging is so fun. Well, at least for me anyway. Because if you go fast in game, why can't you go fast in real life, right? Shouldn't be a problem. Also, I don't even have to do anything. I don't have to do anything right now, no mashing whatsoever. I can just do nothing. This is about like a minute long or so, but after this text box, I believe I have to mash, yeah. So, shouldn't be a problem. The hero, the Triforce of Courage is you. Actually, I can't remember the text. I think that was the Triforce of Courage text. Now that I think about it, I can't actually remember the text fully here. Like, I've played this game so often as a casual, I just don't remember. But I think this text says, "It is I, Prince of Zelda, sorry for hiding myself." That kind of stuff. So here's something that's going to be important coming up. This is not like a really boring part. This is important. So there was already a cutscene before this where we saw the Triforce flying up or whatever. This cutscene is really important because once this happens, once this appears, we basically gone back in time. We are currently back in time right now. We are childlike. The game puts us back in time just for this one cutscene. We have whatever equipment we had on when we were a child. And once this cutscene ends, we're going to go back to adult. This basically counts as dropping and pulling the Master Sword. And the benefit you're going to see in a minute. But I won't say what it is until it actually happens. But it's important that we went back and forth through time. So, yeah. Again, blue boxes measure how well I'm mashing. I waited a half a second there. So it shouldn't be a problem though. And this is the only place where we can get the light arrows. We can't really get it anywhere else. So we have to watch this whole stupid cutscene just to get light arrows. Which we don't even use in the run, by the way. They're actually useless. I mean, you can if you want to, but it's not going to be too useful, I guarantee you. Uh-oh, what could that mean? Shaking? The ground shaking, dude? Oh no. Oh no, Princess Zelda is kidnapped again. What shall we ever do? I guess we have to go right to Ganon's castle to fight Ganondorf, right? Wrong. I think I'll just, go do some fishing while she's captured, Go fly around Hyrule Field, not a big deal. I'm sure she'll be just fine. In fact, I can probably do a little bit of time traveling after this. Okay, so we have Poacher-san B right now. And you're probably wondering why we have Poacher-san B. Well, the reality is, you know how we went to Adult 2 with Router's Letter on B, or Router's Letter on C, right? The reason we did that is because Router's Letter is tied to our arrow count. So 13 arrows, which is what we had when we went back to Adult, meant Frora's Wind. But we got the biggest quiver upgrade right now, which changed our arrow count to 50. So 50 arrows is actually Poacher's Saw, which is pretty important. Even though we're going to Ganon's castle here, we're gonna just stick on the outside, like, She's probably just screaming. Screaming, help, 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 help. I'm screaming help, help, help about this Hess. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do a clip through the wall here. And we're just gonna clip through this block, not a big deal. And this is where we're gonna get our double defense. Very late in the run. Well, actually, casually, you're supposed to get that at the very last thing, but it's not a big deal. Because we don't actually have to do any more death warps in the run. We have a good amount of health. We stopped our death warps when we hit Child 2, with the exception of getting Navi back at Dampe. Because we got bad luck at Dampe, so we had to do an improvisation. So, right now, we are doing okay. We're doing good. And there is not much left to Adult 2, but we still have to go back Child because there's still several things we have not done. We still don't have Song of Time, we still are missing several Gold Skulltulas. we're still missing a lot of stuff. So it's gonna be pretty important we get those things. But right now we're doing A-okay. I need to actually hit that Skeletal for once though. Very important. So, since we have all the gold, we have all the medallions, we have beaten every single dungeon. Or actually, no, we don't have all the medallions because this bridge only checks for Shadow and Spirit medallion. All you need to do is beat Shadow and Spirit to trigger this bridge. That's all you need to do. And you also need to watch the Light Arrow cutscene, but that's, you know. The Light Arrow cutscene is triggered by Shadow and Spirit medallions because the game assumes you beat the other dungeons. And we're not actually, even though we're going into Ganon's castle right now, we're actually not saving Zelda. We're getting a very specific item in the Shadow Trial specifically that we cannot get anywhere else, so just a heads up. So we need to avoid this life lake so he doesn't spit us into the abyss. That's very cool. Yes, chest, thank you. And we got the Golden Gauntlets, which is the last strength upgrade, and the only strength upgrade we actually got, because the other strength upgrades are garbage, we don't need them. And I believe we are doing the last 2-bomb Bob Hover in the run here, I'm pretty sure. But I have to not fail it too many times, so... Should be fine, yep. And this allows us to get into the trials, but we are only going in here to warp out. This is the only reason we're going in here, is to warp out and leave and return for his win back to Gerudo Fortress. So I actually lied when this was the last time we were going to Gerudo Fortress, because we're actually coming back here a second time just to leave. So what this basically means is, well, I'll let everything speak for itself. This is not a good angle. Let me just readjust here. So we want to get this last Skullplay here. So what we want to do is we want to drop a bomb here, because if you give this saw to the guy, there is actually a chance you can softlock when you're mashing text here. There is a very small chance it can happen. So ideally we want to make that not happen. Ideally. Because if you softlock here, we got to go back to the beginning. So it's not good. You guys don't want to see the beginning, right? You guys don't want to see Child 2 again. At least I think. Okay, this should be fine. Okay, we landed right in the perfect spot here. And we need to do certain equips here, so we need to do hookshot here. Fishy, save, reset. And what this is going to do when we save and reset there, this is going to put another Deku Stick on our B button so we can actually get through the Temple of Time again. Because right now, we still cannot open the door normally. We still have nothing. And we have one more stick as well, so if we mess this up, like I just did, we should have one spare. Which is why I keep a spare stick, just in case. Or, I guess I'll fail it twice. I overbuffered by 1 frame. That is a frame perfect trick. So if you mess it up, it's pretty bad. So it's not a big deal. We just gotta reset and try again. The only problem is if you save after doing it, then you'll lose the sticks on B and you'll be out of sticks, which will be pretty bad. That is not the angle I want. Okay, that should be fine. Do this. Wrong tunic, that's fine. So now what we want here is we want to get fish on our B button. And what this will do is this will put a ball on our B button, and it'll put a fish on our third bottle slot. And we should be fine. And we're out of sticks. We have no sticks right now. We probably got to get more. Although I'm trying to remember where the last stick upgrade is. No, I think we got it already. So now we're back, child. We gotta do a lot of cutscenes here. If you want to do a bathroom break, now is the time. There's another chance for a bathroom break on your end, because there's literally nothing going on. We're watching a bunch of cutscenes. Also, one fun fact is that we still have the Fairy Ocarina, and it's fully usable as adult. It's just that when you pull it as adult, it shows that you have the Ocarina of Time when you actually don't have it. It's just that Adults Link model does not contain a model for the Fairy Ocarina. And also, in another route for this, there is a route where you cannot afford to fail the song, and if you fail it, the run dies. So it's a good thing I can afford to fail it, right? Yep. It literally doesn't matter. It's not a problem. This is cutscene number 1 done. We have 3 cutscenes to go through. Wow, actually, that's a lie. We have, like, one really dumb warp song we have to do just for one item that's really out of the way. It should basically be a cutscene. So we do a slide up down, saves a little bit of movement time, and now we're going to give the spooky mask to this one kid who really wants it. And we got some money, so now we're gonna go. So now what we're gonna do is we are going to, well, so you know how we got the spooky mask earlier? This allows us to advance very far in the mask's trade quest to immediately get the bunny hood when we go here. That's why spooky mask is gotten at Gruta Archery. Otherwise, we have to give the letter to the guard, you know, Keaton mask, skull mask, we go straight to spooky mask. There is another trick to get bunny hood sold immediately, but it's N64 only. So basically, what we want to do here is... So you know how the bridge is up right now? That's because there's a cutscene waiting for us because we have all 3 child dungeons beaten. So here's another bathroom break if you want it. So the bridge is up, so we literally just fell down when we left Hyrule Castle, because the game does not expect you to be inside when this cutscene takes place, because you have to be coming from either Jabu or Dodongo's Cavern to trigger this cutscene. There is no scenario within the game where you can actually trigger it from inside. So, again, more cutscenes. But you'll recognize the scene because this is the scene at the very beginning of the game. Just slightly modified and a little bit slower. I'm Gandalf and I will rule the world. Oh! Unfortunately, he won't be ruling the world for long. He only has like another hour to live, so not a big deal. So actually, I almost lied. There's not 3 cutscenes, there are 4 cutscenes here. This should be the last of the cutscenes, I swear. Because we have to do the cutscene for picking up this ocarina. Hold on, I'm trying to do a quick strat here. Okay, we got it. If you mash A, you can sometimes grab the ocarina a little bit quicker, saves 2 seconds. So, nothing really going on here. This is kind of an unstable cutscene as well. If you try and like use a glitch or a hack or whatever to break out of this, try and force yourself to break out of this cutscene, it will crash immediately for some reason. Don't know why. It's just, I guess this area is just slightly unstable. Because this is actually why the cutscene's inside Temple of Time. It just warps you here temporarily. But this is where we finally get Ocarina of Time and the Song of Time. Okay. Okay, and now we need to do some really fast movement here. It's going to be very important, okay? That is not what I want to equip. So we have to equip Bunny Hood here as we're hessing backwards. Because Bunny Hood, what it actually does is I gotta focus. It actually prevents the Style Trojan from spawning. So, just heads up. So we use this for the first part of this Hess. Because otherwise, we would not be able to Hess, like, we'd be targeting them, it'd be, like, really annoying. Okay, so time to become rich. This gives us basically all the rupees we need for the game. We are a little bit low on bombs right now, but I think we should be fine as long as we don't waste too many. We'll be switching to shoes in a second, so I think we should have plenty. So... okay. I did not want to grab the magic drop. That's just annoying. Please enter, thank you. So we're going to do a setup here to hit this Skeletal in here with a Bomb Chew. We can do some specific equips here. So we can do this, 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 this. Just like that. And I'm lined up perfectly here. We're going to Hess off the rock here, because that's the best way of Hessing right now. Also, we're kind of tight on time of day in this section. We have to, like, not miss more than, like, 3 or 4 Hesses. Because it turns day pretty quickly after we enter Gruta Valley here, so you gotta be a little bit careful. So it shouldn't be a big deal, though. Okay, so this is actually a really scary section. I have to make sure not to fall down here, otherwise it's really bad. If I fall down, it's GG, like run over. Oh no, I fell! It's over. Just kidding. Just kidding. That is the intended strat, if anybody is curious. I'm supposed to do that. If anybody's curious, that's just a funny joke to do for anybody who's new potentially. Like they think, oh no, it's over. Well, no, it's not. But now this, but now coming up, we gotta do all the market games. I mean, it's not too stressful. It's just like, there's a few annoying parts, but it's not too bad. But we're near, like, I'd say like the middle end point of Child 3, I'd say. But now we got the Mask of Truth, so we don't need to go here anymore. We're fine. We need to do the slingshot game. This slingshot game is actually a set pattern. The only set pattern that isn't set is the adult version. Like, this will always be the same pattern no matter what. So I know exactly where they're going to be at the exact correct times. Like, just like that. You can also shoot these a little bit earlier, but I think it's riskier because I feel like I miss it more often when I go early. Okay. So we are going to have to do a... we're going to have to do the Bombchu Bowling minigame that's being ran by the Bombchu girl. We also nicknamed her Dampé's daughter as a joke because she's also RNG dependent. And we have a 20% chance of getting good luck, and we did not get good luck here. This is the second worst pattern, so we have to basically waste rupees until we get what we want here. Pretty sure. So we want the heart piece, because we already have the max bomb bag, and we don't want the middle upgrade here, because it's going to downgrade our bomb bag if we get that. I have to remember... Okay, we're good. I got a free pass here. We do have setup to hit this and not lose this as well. So the Bombchus are put in perfect spots to skip past all the RNG in this minigame and go straight to the end. So we got like fourth worst, whatever, or fourth best. You can see it different ways. So there's not really too much more to do in market. So we're gonna do. So we are going to return the poor lady's lost dog in this corner. I mean, he seems to be doing okay though. Like, he's fine. Like, I think she's just worrying too much, honestly. Like, honestly, bro. I think she worries way too much about her pupper. But we get a heart piece for it, so I guess we'll just give her her dog. You know. We're gonna do a fast strat here. Can I get it? I failed it. Whatever. So now we're gonna do a potential... Well, without Lens of Truth, it's RNG, but with Lens of Truth, it's without RNG, but without its RNG. So we basically have to cheat with the lens to figure out which is the real chest here. So if one is the rupee, the other will be the key. Alright. We win. We definitely cheated, but we win. The sign at the beginning also says don't use glasses to play the game, which also means lens. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do some equips. We got to do milk, bugs. And since this is a marathon run, I have to make sure I save. And don't save too quickly, because if I reset without saving, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. Alright? It's gonna be really bad. I think this is one of the very few save warps in the run as well. So we got... I don't even know how many we do. Anyways, we're good. So what we're going to do is super slide over to here. Okay. We're going to do RBA again to get ball on B, but this time we have milk on C, right? So we can get extra bombs, because bombs are going to be more important than chews coming up. Also, we don't have Poe to actually get more chews, so that's also another problem. So if we run low, it's going to be really bad. And because we don't actually have sword right now, we have to use bombs to blow up the Skulltulas, and there's a really hard Hess I have to do here. I got to be really careful. Okay, I think we got it. Yep, we got it. Okay. I pulled the bomb a little bit early, but we basically got it. We basically got it. That's really hard to do. Do a mega flip over the bridge. Didn't know. You probably wouldn't think this would be possible. Oh no. That's not good. Okay, that's fine. That was just weird. Okay, chuck the bomb. This is the last stick upgrade for the run, so we don't need any more. We have been using a glitch to count, though, so we kind of have been cheating a little bit. So what we want to do here is we want to catch 2 of the bugs in our bottles, but we want to leave 1 to go in. As long as we get good luck here, should be fine. Hello? Okay. So, drop a bomb. So we're going to equip Ocarina here. That's not the right side. We're going to equip swap fire arrows here. And the reason we need fire arrows is because this acts as Slingshot as Child, and it's basically an item we can drop our bee-bugs without screwing up our inventory. And also, that could have been bad. So we're going to do a little bit of a strat here. I'm going to do a little bit of a side up over the edge there. So normally, like, you have to wait to move there, but if I set up off with the right position, like, just wait for a second. Look at what's going to happen here. We are directly on top of here, which is actually perfect. So I can immediately start the game. So, it's just a little bit of a speed strat. It's not, like, too special, but it saves, like, 2 seconds. If you can get to work. Also, I need to... What do I need to do? I don't... Do I have the Ocarina game up? I don't. Normally I have it... Normally I have, like, a cheat sheet I can use here, but I don't have access to it. I think I might just use chat or something. If I'm like really desperate. I only do it for the final pattern though. You should actually do this minigame without using notes so you can actually use your brain. Become more of a 5-head, if you know what I mean. Big-brained. Feel free to use chat. I appreciate that. This is an interesting pattern. Down, 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 down. Mad. I failed my prediction. Okay, so this is the harder minigame after this one. Okay, let's just play this safe. So, right, A, down. Right, A, down, up. If you fail this minigame, you lose 1.5 minutes if you fail it at the end, so you don't want to fail it. Failing this minigame is, as we say, is bad. That was a brain fart. Okay, I had a brain fart for a second. I'm not actually looking at my notes unless I have to, because, like, it's kind of weird, because I'm typing letters and shit. Okay. One more note. And left. Okay, this is the last note pattern. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We got the heart piece. There is a stinky owl in front of me, so I can just skip him with a Hess. Not a big deal. The deal with the owl in this game... do I want to recatch these bugs? I don't think we do. No, we don't. I think we can just forget about them. Yeah. So the things with the owls in this game is they can all be skipped with ground jumps, Hesses, or super slides. And there's one more owl skip I actually have to do coming up. Fun fact. That's not what I'm supposed to do. We have to chuck a bomb so it hits the skeletal down here. I'm pretty sure this should be fine. So we gotta grab this as we're running away for efficiency. I missed it. That's fine. That's a copium, though. Okay, we got it. Let's go. Everything is A-okay. Everything is A-okay. But what we have to do for these frogs... Well, you kind of know the drill from a casual standpoint. We have to play all 5 songs, play Song of Storms, then play them a little bit of a tune according to the will of the butterflies above them. And there's a song I actually mess up here. I don't know how I'm doing it with my hands. I'm trying to express, but sometimes I'll mix up opponents and areas there, so I'll like forget the order. But like I won't mess up any of their songs. I actually lost a run before where I forgot the order of the songs, which is pretty bad if it happens. But you know, not a big deal, right? Like, it's not a big deal. Now we gotta play Song of Storms, and we should be fine. Everything should be A-okay. Alright. Just like that, easy. And we gotta grab this heart piece from below, which is gonna be important. And what we're gonna do now is we're gonna play Sun Song a bit early, But this will ensure we get to on time to the Biggoron, like the sword seller. Or no, not the sword seller, the sword fixer. The sword seller is Medigoron. Alright, we got it. We're getting our first and only bean for the whole run. So this is the owl skip that's coming up. There's an owl perching in front of the rocks here. So what I want to do is I want to get ISG and get a ground jump at the same time, so I can roll past this guy. And then release the ground jump, warp away, play Requiem. Kind of a hard trick, but it's not too bad. And coming up is our last use of bugs for the run as well. And there's the owl right there, right there. He's just staring at us, waiting to strike. Got it. There's a super slide off the levers, which makes things faster, technically. Okay, I have to basically make sure that we dump the bugs right in the hole. I hope they dig quickly, because it's going to be important. If we get unlucky, it's fine, technically, but it's just a little bit slow. And we are done Child 3. I'm going to do a safety save right before we get to Adult 3, just in case something stupid happens. It's not like anything's going to happen anyway, but you got to be safe, you know? You have to be safe. Okay, so we equip swapped Broken Goron Sword on our C right. We have Broken Goron Sword on C right now, which is what we equip swapped. And because we went back to Child with a bottle on our B button, this is going to give us a new item when we return to Adult. And the item we are going to get is... It's Missing No! Pokeball, go! But in reality, I believe this is item number 252, I think? It's around there. But that's basically the reason I have this item on my B button is this acts like eye drops. So it acts like fake eye drops, which is actually really important. And I guess we don't need that tunic anymore. Last heart piece for the run as well. And the reason why I have that item on my B button is the Broken Goron Sword BA, which is what that trick is when I go back and forth through time with the messed up B button. It checks what medallions I have, so since I have a certain amount of medallions, it's giving me the corresponding item based off the medallions I have. So that's why I have this specific item, and it's going to be useful in about 5 seconds. So this is fake eye drops. Like, the game thinks this is eye drops. Like, there's the eye drops right there. I just pressed B. There was a trick to get Eyeball Frog early on N64. Well, there still is on N64 versions 1.0 and 1.1. But we don't need to do that. We do a slightly different route for VC, because VC... This version of the game is version 1.2, and a lot of the glitches that worked on N64 don't work on this version. So while this version saves time in lag and loading, it doesn't save time in terms of glitches, so we've got to get creative. However, there is one version-exclusive glitch that only works on VC and GameCube but doesn't on N64, and that's pulling out Deku Sticks as adult. N64 cannot do that, because N64 just crashes immediately when you try it. So that allows this run to work on VC because we can use sticks as adult for ammunition. So, anyways, that's the... I probably should have mentioned that at the beginning of the run, version differences, but this is where it actually matters. Anyways, That is not the item I want to give you. Oh. And now we got Biggoron Sword. So now we're going into Fire Temple for finally. Only 4 hours late. And our bomb usage is kind of tight here, so we gotta be a little bit careful. Okay, let's just try this. Okay. Okay, we got it. So what I did with this trick just now is I skipped talking to Darunia. So right now the camera is facing away from Darunia and he is not loaded. As soon as I load Darunia, who's on my right now, like he is like right off to the side. As soon as I load him, the cutscene will start. But if I open the door, not facing Darunia, it will never start. So it will never start. So again, this is the final dungeon. But not the final area we have to go to either. Okay, we have to do a trick here. Got it. We got up here without Song of Time, just to get to this one Skulltula. And this Skulltula is a really big pain to get because the hookshot collision doesn't really let you cooperate with it. Okay, it worked. Ow. So you gotta do this quick. And the one use for the tunic in this run is this specific Hess. Fun fact. So we don't get hit on the lava when we're hessing through here. This is the only use for it. Longshot is a little bit of an advantage in this room because it can just hookshot up to the spot immediately. And set up down immediately as well. I don't trigger the keys either. Okay, I gotta do a kind of a precise clip here. If I fail this, it's really bad. That's not good. I don't know what happened there. Oh no. I gotta be careful. This happened, I'm not sure exactly what causes this to happen, but sometimes the clip just won't work. I don't know what causes it. Okay, that's good. Okay, we got second try, that's fine. But that basically allows me to skip several puzzles and just skip straight to this key room. And then just climb my way up here. And here's a slightly important detail. Is that there is a rung warp at the end of this dungeon, but in order to make the rung warp work, I have to get hit by this specific torch slug. Don't know why, but you have to. Because that has something to do with Link being caught on fire. Don't know why. But now you know. It's very important. Please don't hit the boulder. Okay. Alright, we're going to do a Hess across the room here. Very nice. We're going to set forward win again. One of the very few uses for Scarecrow Song on this run where it actually matters. We're going to set forward win again while this platform is rising to save like a few seconds. Because the cutscene takes like a minute to start here as well. Hop up there to save a few frames. Not a big deal. Alright, so let's go. That's not what I meant to do, God. Okay. Oh no, I fell, dude! Oh no! We're fine. Literally nothing to worry about. Hello. Hello? Okay. Alright. Very interesting. This is not what's supposed to happen. It's fine. This is fine. The keys was a big meanie, let's just say that. Okay, I'm gonna do a safety save right before I go take the warp here. Like, just in case anything happens. Because anything can happen in this run. Like, for real. Oh, so something casually is I never knew you could actually grab that ledge. I didn't know that could even work. It was really weird. Okay, we're gonna equip bombs here. And I think I'm gonna get a few extra bombs, I think. That's not what I meant to do. That's fine. That's okay. Hitting the switch is fine. Trust me. We're gonna get a few extra bombs just in case we run low. Like, just in case, like not too important, but like we have a chance of running out and it actually mattering, so I'm gonna get some extras just in case, just, you know. That is not okay, there we go. That little black thing also has a chance of dropping bombs, but he didn't drop any this time, which is fine. You shouldn't count on him anyway, unless like you're on record pace. And up here is the hammer. There's not really any specific thing we're gonna do to get the hammer, but we just have to not fall. Because we fall and we have to like reset forwards when it could actually be a problem. Unless I'd like void out somehow. There is a you can actually weird shot that chest, but it's like a second slower and it's like way harder, so it's not worth it. It's better to just do things normally here, as surprising as that sounds. And we get a fast chest opening because we actually have a bottle over a hammer slot from very early in the run. Alright, that was lucky. So we gotta go out of bounds here on jump slash at this point. So we gotta do, let me just think right now. So it's gotta be, I think it's this, and this. Pretty sure this is my equips. Yeah. Just gotta make sure my equips are correct here. And now we gotta fight Fabaglia. A question from chat asks if I ever played poker. I never have, actually. I would love to try it one day. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no. I should be fine. I think this is the right one. Okay, this should be fine. Hello? Okay, we got a decent fight. It's fine. Everything's fine. Now we gotta do one of the two hardest tricks in the run. It's going to be very important I don't fail these, otherwise it's going to be very bad. This is actually important that we don't mess this up. I gotta be careful with my control stick as well. So I'm going to equip Hookshot on C down, this and this. I know we have every single heart container. We have double defense, we have every single Skulltula right now, we are not missing any. Okay. That might not work. This should be fine. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna work or not. This is weird. Please work, please work. Whew. I can't tell where I am right now. I can't tell where I actually am. Okay, I know where I am now. Oh god, I'm like right here. Okay, that was scary. Please work. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Okay. It's very important to mess this up. This is literally the most precise trick in the game. I cannot afford to fail this. That's not gonna work. Let's try it. Let's try it anyway. I know what happened there. This is probably not gonna work. For some reason, it swapped to the wrong one at this last minute. I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah. Okay, that sucks. I can't do anything about this. Normally, what's supposed to happen there is you are supposed to basically fall down the tower and skip most of these cutscenes. But if you mess up any single hover there, it's GG. Like, you can't retry. Like, you're done. But at least we get to fall down the tower. It's not a big deal if this happens. Only loses 5 minutes. But if it's a record run, you would be done. For sure. That trick is basically precise to about 10,000 units. If you mess up any part of that, it's GG. Like, that's how precise that is. I need to land on top of the ceiling of the door and then set up out of bounds and jump slash pretty low. There's also technically a skip here I can do, but because of Link's position, I can't do it. But I get to see the tower, which doesn't normally actually happen on the run, so it's not too bad. And yes, this is a very laggy part of the game. There's no problems with the actual stream. This part lags really, really hard. Go away! Stop it, Zelda. Go. And the collision on this is kind of broken. You can just like run into it. Okay. You can also shoot light arrows to reduce lag if you have them equipped, but I don't have them equipped right now, so there's no point. And also, because I'm running down the fire, I have to do a fight here. And these Stealthos are kind of pesky. You have to kill them fast as well. Please stop. Huh? Got him. Not. Oh no. Okay, she gasps. She gasps no matter what. Pretty sure. No matter what you do, she'll always gasp there. And when she gasps, she stops. It's pretty annoying. Oh, so I can just waste as much time as I want here, because you have to wait for her anyway. Also, there is a trick I can do. Okay, this is where I'm supposed to be right now, like 5 minutes ago. But you can do a super slide straight into her, and then you can basically slide all the way to the end and wait for her at the end. And she pushes you into the loading zone as well. But because we watched the Gandorf cutscene, we have to watch this collapse sequence. If we successfully got collapse skip, which is the trick on the door, this entire cutscene would be completely skipped. It would save over a minute. Just on the cutscene alone. But, in other words, we just get to watch Ganon's tower slowly fall to nothing. And also, apparently, sometimes you can, like, sometimes there's variants of, like, a few seconds here and there in this cutscene. It's pretty strange. And this is a very laggy cutscene, too. Like, this is a super duper laggy on N64. Like, if you think this area is laggy on VC, N64 is a nightmare. Like, N64 loses, like, minutes to lag, as far as we know. On top of, like, all the other deficits it has. But this is basically where we're supposed to be right now. This is where we're supposed to be. And there's a trick I can do going into the cutscene here. I can do I have bombs equipped, so I can do a super slide in the cutscene to keep my Master Sword, but I messed it up, so I just have to, I guess, take the loss here. It only saves a second. It doesn't really actually matter. It's way safer just to roll in. You should only do that if you have, like, literally a second away. If you're a second away from PB. And you didn't do it in your PB? Also, just a heads up for anybody running the timer. The timer's going to come up in about 2 minutes, so just a heads up. All right. Got the Master Sword back, and you can't actually kill again with anything but the Master Sword. To deal the final blow, you need the Master Sword. Nothing else will work. Also, you can skip using light arrows in this fight by rolling between his legs. That's why I'm not using light arrows here. As not what I meant to do. I'm gonna run around. Hello? No. Okay. I messed up. Okay, we're good. Time's coming up very shortly. Very shortly. It'll be on the final hit on Ganon is when time is going to happen. All right. Time.
Nice.
Damn. 406.59. That's not too bad. Not too bad at all for a marathon run. All right. So I guess there's not really... I guess there's not too much more to say. We got all 100 gold sculptures, all heart pieces, basically everything in the game in under, like, 4 hours and 10 minutes. That's pretty good. But anyways, my portion of this marathon stream is done. We have, let me just check the schedule right now. We have Paper Mario. We have Paper Mario coming up by Random Sauce, commentated by JCog right after me. So I guess stay tuned. I hope you guys enjoyed the run, and if you guys want to see more runs, my Twitch channel is Glitchymon, and I guess I'll hopefully see you guys there. I appreciate you guys watching the run, and yeah, I have nothing more to share. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the marathon. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night, day, evening, whatever. All right. I'm gonna... I think it's safe for me to close out. I'm pretty sure it's safe. Like, this is the end. There's no credits.
Thank you so much, Glitchymon, for coming on and for really appreciate it. So guys, just stick around. We're gonna, as Glitchymon said, we are going to go to a short break before going.
So I guess for the time being, I guess I'll just keep playing until we switch over. You can watch the credits. Sad story. Hello.
How's it going?
It's going pretty all right.
Yeah, I just wanted to hop on here and just say a quick word of thanks for just coming on and doing this speedrun. Yeah, as Glitchymon mentioned, we are going to go to a break before we kick it off with Random Sauce and JCog for Paper Mario Any %. So yeah, don't go away, and really appreciate you once again, Glitchymon, for joining us here.
Thank you very much. And is it my time to close out my stuff, or what do you want me to do?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.